Chapter 1302. Tianyan was not in a hurry to make a move. The other party continued to attack fiercely. Every attack was so familiar. Although she was waving a long whip, the attack method was almost the same. After a slight change, he knew that she should be using a ribbon. Especially this demon fox. Her fur was so beautiful, and it was light blue. Wasn't the colored glaze region master of the water attribute? The surface of her body would definitely have light blue fur, and it showed its characteristics. The key was the evil spirit wheel in her hand, which clearly pointed out that the demon fox in front of him was the colored glaze region master. The evil spirit wheel would not lie, which proved that the demon fox in front of him was the colored glaze region master. It seems that the illusion here is really scary. It clearly wants us to kill each other. It's fine if we are not in the same team. But if we are in the same team, it is killing each other. Tianyan felt extremely shocked. He could not break such a powerful illusion. The colored glaze region master was even more confused. How could a trap set by an upper-level celestial lord be broken? It meant that he could not let the other party see what his true identity was. In the eyes of the colored glaze region master, what she saw was also a demon beast, constantly escaping in front of her, causing her to attack continuously. But no matter how she attacked, the other party's speed was faster by a beat, and it could avoid her attack. This made her anxious. She did not expect that the first battle she encountered when she just arrived here would be such an abnormal demon beast. There was nothing in front of her, and suddenly it came out, catching her unprepared. When she wanted to continue attacking, the demon beast in front of her suddenly took out a spear and quickly carved on the ground. She glanced at it casually and saw the words on it. "Don't attack, I am Tianyan. You are Sister Glaze, right? What we see should be an illusion, to make us kill each other." The speed of carving was very fast, and in the blink of an eye a pile of words was carved. For their cultivation, the speed of carving was quite shocking, and in the blink of an eye, a pile of words was carved. Perhaps the weapon and the appearance would change, but the words carved on the ground would not have any changes. No matter how deceptive the illusion was, it could only change the state and appearance of the weapon. When the colored glaze region master saw it, she was immediately stunned and stopped attacking. Illusion? Is this all an illusion? The glazed region mistress continued to carve a line of words on the ground. "Then tell me, where did we come from and what happened recently?" She wouldn't believe him immediately, so she had to ask a few more questions. As for the verbal communication, to the other party, it was actually equivalent to the roar of a demonic beast. "We're from the heavenly spring, divine realm. Recently you've scolded me, saying that it's not good for me to cultivate lightning power and that I should stop it." Tianyan quickly drew on the ground what had happened during this period of time. After Glazed Region Master saw it, she immediately believed it. It was really an illusion. It seems that in this stage, apart from searching for the pearl, we also have to be wary of being attacked by our own people or others. Region Lord Colored Glaze continued to carve. Tianyan nodded, and also carved on the ground. "Yes, as soon as they see a demon beast, they will immediately attack. There is no room for negotiation. If I hadn't dodged fast enough, I would have really died in Sister Liuli's hands." Region Lord Colored Glaze felt very embarrassed. She didn't know how Tianyan found out, but it was true. How could they not attack when they first saw a demon beast? The content of this stage's test was really sinister. If Tianyan wasn't fast enough to dodge, he would have died in the hands of his own people. This was the saddest thing. After such a long time, it turned out that they had mistakenly killed their own people. Now that we know, let's hurry and find the pearl. The pearl is the real key. Region Lord Colored Glaze wanted to leave as soon as possible. Right now, they had no way to break the illusion. They could only return to their original state after passing this stage. Tianyan nodded, and the two of them immediately went to the locations where the 10 lives heavenly jewels were scattered. They roughly remembered where they should go. Originally, the place that Region Lord Colored Glaze was heading to was one of them. Soon, the two of them found the area where the 10 lives heavenly jewels had fallen. There was a big pit there, and the small pearl was lying there. Etianyin quickly went down to retrieve it. After getting the pearl, he didn't let him return to his original state. It was as it should be, and there were no changes. After getting the first pearl, without much communication, they immediately went to look for the second pearl. Along the way, Etianyin thought that this stage was really sinister. If there were 10 participants, it would definitely be an extremely tragic situation. No wonder they didn't succeed. Just this stage alone could cause many cultivators to be stuck here. If all 10 of them were on the same side, that would be the most terrifying thing. When they all collected the 10 pearls and returned to normal, they would then realize that they had killed their own people. By then, even if they passed, they would be in no mood at all. Soon, they went to the area where the second pearl was. Not long after, they easily found the second pearl. As there weren't many of them to begin with, it was very normal that it wasn't taken away immediately. After getting the second pearl, they didn't stay for long and quickly ran to the next destination. There was no way to fly here, as they were directly suppressed by an invisible force. They could only run. If they could fly freely, everything would become simple. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, there were sounds of fighting in front of them. Dense explosions kept spreading on the side. Etianyin immediately knew that opponents must have encountered each other and that a big battle was about to break out. They didn't have the evil spirit wheel like Etianyin, which could detect the other party's true body. If they started fighting immediately, unless they avoided each other and didn't attack each other, they would end up attacking each other like this. That's where the other pearl landed. There should be a dispute. Let's go find the other pearl now and not get involved in their fight. Etianyin quickly carved a line of words on the ground. Glaze Region Lord nodded. There were a total of 10 pearls here, so they would definitely choose to take the other pearls first. Now that there were 2 half-step heavenly venerables fighting, it meant that there was only one left to find the pearl. This way, they would have more chances to find the pearl in advance. You guys fight one more round. It's best if you don't stop. Etianyin sneered and quickly led Glaze Region Lord to the next area. From the looks of it, the most difficult part of this stage was the fight for the pearl between the participants. There was no other danger. Chapter 1303. Etianyin and Colored Glaze Region Master quickly found the next location of the pearl. The way they found it was simple. They saw a big pit, and it was definitely the location of the pearl. After they found it, they realized that there was nothing at the bottom. It proved that the pearl had been taken away. That was to be expected. Let's go to the next place. They didn't waste time and immediately headed to the next place. Soon, they found the next location of the pearl, but it was gone again. They didn't hesitate and continued to run. At the third location, it was gone again. They were shocked by the shocking speed of plundering. They didn't know who was so good at plundering to get 3 pearls in a row. However, if Etianyin were to sprint and plunder instead of meeting up with Colored Glaze Region Master, he might be able to get 2 or 3 more pearls. To him, it was more important to find the person first and put the rest aside for now. That's fast. Let's hurry to the next place. Etianyin thought for a while and hugged Colored Glaze Region Master. Then, he sprinted to the next place. This was undoubtedly faster. He had the advantage of speed. He would go faster if he could. This kid really doesn't know that men and women shouldn't touch each other. Colored Glaze Region Master rolled her eyes at him, but didn't resist. She knew that she was too slow, and Etianyin wasn't willing to leave her behind to search for the pearl. She could only compromise. With Etianyin's extremely fast speed, he soon arrived in front of the next big pit, and he finally saw the pearl. I can finally find a place that hasn't been taken. Etianyin quickly went down and picked up the pearl. Just as he picked up the pearl, he felt a chill from the side. He looked up and realized that a figure had disappeared in front of him. It's the Sir God who cultivates in the ice attribute. Tianyin squinted his eyes. He didn't expect the guy to be so fast. He believed that the first few pearls were collected by him. Let's hurry up and leave. The Sir God who cultivates ice attribute is searching for the pearl at high speed. Tianyin continued to rush forward with colored glaze region master in his arms. His figure flashed and disappeared from where he stood. He moved forward with extreme speed. Although the teleportation godstone could not be used, teleportation was not a problem. With a single teleportation, he arrived at the area ahead of him. The glazed region lord was stunned. Just a moment ago, they were still standing at the big pit. How did they enter the forest the next moment? Tianyin didn't explain anything. He just flew out, wanting to find the next or before the other party arrived. After all, the pearls that landed on the ground were basically fixed in place and wouldn't move at all. The only thing that mattered was speed. If there were more cultivators, they might need to fight for it. But now, there were very few cultivators and 2 of them were fighting, so it would be faster to find the pearls. Found it again. Tianyin beamed with joy. When he saw that the pearls below weren't taken away, his eyes beamed with joy. Then he went down to dig them out. Just as he dug them out, there was a dark blue figure above the big pit. When he saw the 2 figures below, he was shocked. D***MN. Why are they faster than me? They didn't come up just now. The person was naturally Sir God Ice Sparrow, who possessed ice attribute physique. He wasn't slow. Previously, his running speed was neither fast nor slow, mainly because he wanted to show his weakness. Then, when he sped up with all his might, he was still slower by half a beat. He was so angry that he stomped his feet. Similarly, he could tell that the people in the big pit were definitely the cultivators from before. However, he didn't intend to attack them. Instead, he chose to leave and search for the next pearl. Since they were smart enough to search for the pearls, and there were 2 monsters, they were definitely cultivators who had teamed up. The next moment, he turned around and left quickly, heading to the next place. When Tianyin saw him again, the corners of his lips curled into an arc compared to his speed. He was still too inexperienced. Then he hugged colored glaze area master and teleported into the forest. Then he ran towards his destination quickly. At that moment he had 4 pearls. The 3 pits that he had encountered previously didn't have any. This meant that 7 pearls were gone, leaving him with 3 pearls. Among them, there were 2 troops that were fighting crazily. There was no doubt that they had found the pearls, which was why they were fighting. Sir God Ice Sparrow didn't intend to fight. Instead, he wanted to search for the pearls first. As he ran at top speed, Tianyin found the big pit of pearls again. There was a pearl lying firmly in the pit. He quickly went down to retrieve it. After a while, Sir God Ice Sparrow returned as scheduled. What's going on? Damn it, you ran faster than me again? This is impossible. Sir God Ice Sparrow didn't leave this time. Instead, he stood above the big pit and stared at them. Similarly, Tianyin stood below and looked at her. He didn't rush to take action. Lioli Domain Lord patted Tianyin's shoulder and nodded lightly. Although she didn't say anything, her meaning was very simple. She wanted Tianyin to hurry up and leave with her. Finding the treasure pearl was the most important thing right now. Tianyin shook his head. He wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he held her palm and transferred some energy to her palm. It was actually just a line of words. That way, there wouldn't be a need to write it on the ground. The pearls have been looted, Tianyin wrote. How do you know? Colored Glaze Area Master asked curiously. This guy didn't leave immediately. This proves that he knows that the other 2 pearls have been taken. The other 2 Sir Gods would have taken 1 or 2 pearls, right? Tianyin expressed his judgment. It was impossible that the other 2 Sir Gods were so weak. They must have been taken more or less. However, Sir God Ice Sparrow didn't start a conflict with them. If she had wanted to start a conflict, she would have definitely searched for the pearls first. Now that the pearls were gone, Sir God Ice Sparrow stood there and wasn't in a hurry to leave. After a while, he finally chose to leave. He didn't want to stay there. He didn't plan to have a conflict with Etianian. He had other plans. He left. Colored Glaze Area Master looked up and saw. Yes, let's go. We've been busy for half a day, and we still have to get 5 pearls back. Etianian shook his head. He couldn't help but say that the test was really a trap. They had been running around blindly for half a day, and they had only gotten 5 pearls back. It would be great if they could get 1 or 2 more. Then they left the pit quickly and started looking for the exit. However, they couldn't find any traces of an exit even after walking around for a long time. Could it be that this test also needs to gather 10 pearls before it can be activated? Etianian thought about it and felt that it was a trap. If that was the case, they could either team up to gather the pearls again or snatch the other's pearls. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to advance to the next test. Chapter 1304. Just as Etianian thought it was still the same as before, the jewels in their hands suddenly gathered together and formed a miniature version of the 10 Lives jewels. It was much smaller than before. After it gathered together, it emitted a beam of light that guided them forward. This made the 2 of them happy. It seemed that they did not need to find all the 10 Lives jewels to find the entrance. Immediately, they quickly followed the guiding light. After searching for a long time, they finally walked out of the forest. What came into view was a huge stone door. There were 10 grooves on the stone door, and it looked no different from the ones they had seen before. Do we need so many jewels to open this door again? Etianian frowned. If that was the case, it would be meaningless to guide them here. Immediately, a beam of divine light descended and enveloped the 2 of them. In the next moment, both of them returned to their original state and could see each other's real bodies. The illusion effect is gone. Etianian's eyes brightened. It seemed that it was indeed different from what he had imagined. Yes, the illusion effect is finally gone. I just don't know how to operate it now. Colored Glaze Region Master looked at the door in front of them, not knowing what it meant. Just as they were thinking about what to do, a figure suddenly floated out of the door, attracting their attention. At the same time, all of them were on guard. Welcome, test takers. I am the device spirit of the 10,000 Gods Tower. You can just call me the Honorable Spirit. The Honorable Spirit was a benevolent-looking elder who smiled at them. The device spirit of the 10,000 Gods Tower? Etianian squinted his eyes. It seemed that they could finally meet a device spirit that knew something, instead of flying around like a fly. After exchanging glances with Colored Glaze Region Master, he said, Elder Honorable Spirit, I wonder if you can tell us what these tests mean. The cultivation of the Honorable Spirit was not weak. As a device spirit set up by an upper celestial lord, its cultivation was at the level of a lower celestial lord. Just this device spirit alone was enough to kill them in an instant. These are the rules set by the Master to select disciples, so these tests were set up, the Honorable Spirit explained. As expected, Etianian had already guessed that this would be the case. As long as one was a senior, they would more or less want to choose an outstanding disciple to inherit their legacy. Unless it was a lone wolf, they would choose a disciple to inherit their legacy. They couldn't possibly let their martial arts be completely lost, right? Not to mention them. He himself might do the same in the future. Only by doing so would he be able to select outstanding disciples. If he couldn't even pass these tests, that would be too disappointing. However, it had to be said that these tests were too difficult. Those who passed the tests were probably all perverted, right? Especially when it involved killing each other's companions. Was this really recruiting disciples, not recruiting enemies? He didn't refute it, but continued to ask, then what does it mean now? Do I need 10 orbs to open this door? That's not necessary. Instead, the door will be opened according to the number of pearls you've obtained. Different pearls will lead you to different places after opening the door. Naturally, the rewards you'll get will be different, explained the Venerable Spirit. There's such a thing Yi Tianyun's eyes lit up. That meant that they didn't need to collect all the pearls. According to the number of pearls they had, the place they were going to should not be bad. However, it didn't take long before they were splashed with cold water. However, every time the door is opened, only one person can pass through. Don't try to barge in unless you can defeat me, explained the honorable spirit with a smile. Yi Tianyun frowned. If that was the case, they wouldn't be able to go to the same place. Different numbers of pearls would lead to different checkpoints. As for whether it would be easy or difficult, he didn't know. Now that they had 5 pearls, they couldn't divide them together, unless they gave up 1 pearl. However, if that was the case, the place they were going to would undoubtedly be very bad, and there wouldn't be many rewards. Senior Honorable Spirit, how do you define this? Is the more pearls the more difficult it is, or what? Asked Yi Tianyun. The more pearls, the lower the difficulty. If there is only 1 pearl, then the place we're going to is 9 out of 10 deaths and 1 out of 10 lives. The Honorable Spirit smiled and said, So I hope that you can collect more pearls. If you come over with 1 pearl, I think the result will definitely not be satisfactory. 9 out of 10 deaths and 1 out of 10 lives. Yi Tianyun was stunned. This was simply a huge trap. If 1 pearl was 9 out of 10 deaths and 1 out of 10 lives, then what about 2? At most, wouldn't it be 8 out of 10 deaths and 2 out of 10 lives? The difficulty was slightly lower. So, if we get all the pearls, there is basically no difficulty to speak of, asked Yi Tianyun. Something like that. If we get all the pearls and open this door, we will directly get the reward. There won't be any dangerous test, explained the Honorable Spirit. This is completely a trap. It is equivalent to killing everyone. Yi Tianyun frowned. The colored glaze region master's face didn't look too good either. He had to admit that these tests were really a trap. That's right. They want to kill us and let 1 person win in the end, or at least let a few people win. Otherwise, it will be meaningless, the colored glaze region master said. In this way, we will have too few pearls. Even if there are 3, the difficulty will be doubled. Yi Tianyun shook his head. According to the saying, 3 pearls were 7 out of 10 deaths and 3 out of 10 lives. There was a slightly higher chance of survival. They didn't know how difficult it was. Maybe it would be better if 2 people worked together. It meant that they needed 6 pearls. As long as there were 6, they would be able to go to the same area. They wouldn't say that in front of the Honorable Spirit. After all, it was their territory. How would they dare to talk about the Celestial Master? If he was unhappy, he could just slap them, and they would be dead for sure. Another tester is coming. The Honorable Spirit looked afar with a smile. Soon, Sir God Ice Sparrow appeared in their line of sight. He had also used the pearls to come over. As long as all the pearls were collected, they would automatically lead the way. Or, with a slight instruction, they would lead the way. After Sir God Ice Sparrow arrived, Sir God Lu Yuan arrived too. There didn't seem to be any problem. Finally, Sir God Sky Ripping arrived. However, Sir God Sky Ripping was disheveled. It was obvious that he had lost to Sir God Lu Yuan. Now that everyone was here, all of the 10 life heavenly jewels were gathered, which made Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed. Perhaps he would have to take 1 out of each of them to balance the situation. Chapter 1305. When the other cultivators arrived, they glared at each other, especially Sir God Sky Ripping and Sir God Lu Yuan. Sir God Sky Ripping's eyes were filled with hatred, as though he was unwilling to accept the outcome. Sir God Ice Sparrow stared at Yi Tianyun and the rest, her eyes filled with unwillingness. All eyes were on Yi Tianyun. He knew that the reason the pearls could be taken away so quickly was definitely because of Yi Tianyun's speed. He had never expected Yi Tianyun's speed to be so fast. It was beyond his imagination. Participants, you are here, the honored spirit smiled. Then, the venerable spirit repeated the general situation to them, causing their expressions to change. Especially when they heard that a single orb passing through the gate meant that there was a slim chance of survival. Their expressions didn't look too good. They didn't know what kind of cultivator the 9 out of 10 difficulty was aimed at, but it definitely wouldn't be simple. Sir Honored Spirit, this 9 out of 10 difficulty, what kind of cultivation level is it aimed at? Sir God, Lu Yuan stood up and asked, For any cultivation level, unless your cultivation level is at the level of a middle-level celestial master, there will be different levels of difficulty according to the strength of your cultivation level. Hence, regardless of your cultivation level, you will be treated fairly. The Honored Spirit maintained a faint smile. What it said wasn't pleasant at all. Their faces changed. The truth was often cruel. That was the cruel truth. If they didn't have the pearls, they would die. They wouldn't think that they were absolutely invincible. Since the Honored Spirit had said so, there was no need to lie to them. Such a level would usually be designed to send stronger enemies. Basically, they would be fighting beyond their level. Otherwise, why would there be a 9 out of 10 difficulty? The 9 out of 10 difficulty would definitely be fighting beyond their level, or facing an extremely terrifying level of difficulty. Otherwise, with their half-step celestial master cultivation level, there wouldn't be any difficulty that would make them feel like they were about to die. Yi Tianyin almost laughed out loud. What was his favorite level? It was the level of difficulty that was determined according to cultivation level. A crazy damage mode with 64 times effect would be able to crush the opponent. If they needed to fight beyond their level, they would at most send a 4th or 5th level Sir God, which was trash to him. In that case, what else was there to say? He only needed 1 orb. Then, Sir God Lu Yuan and the others shifted their gazes to the others. Their gazes were filled with murderous intent. In this case, he had to get more pearls. Otherwise, he would be the one to die. You can't make a move here. Whoever makes a move will end up the same as death. The Venerable Spirit said such terrifying words with a smile on its face. These words caused them to calm down one by one, and the murderous aura that had originally emerged was immediately extinguished. Causing trouble in front of an Empyrean was really courting death. Senior Zunling, is there no other way to reduce the difficulty? Asked Heaven, ripping Divine Lord. No, unless you continue to fight for the orb. They couldn't fight here, but that didn't mean they couldn't fight. They could have a competition and place a bet, or even a duel to the death. The premise is that both sides agree to it and can't force it, the Honored Spirit explained. Their eyes lit up and they all focused on Yi Tianyin. Yi Tianyin's cultivation was the lowest, so he was undoubtedly the easiest candidate to bully. He was fast, but no matter how fast he was, he couldn't escape when he was limited to a certain area. Kid, fight with me if you can. I have a pearl here. I'll bet with you. Heaven, ripping Divine Lord immediately took out a pearl. He only had 1 pearl with him, so he could only bet with 1. Bet with me? That's too little. Kid, bet with me. I have 2. Sir God, Lu Yuan took out 2 pearls and gestured to Yi Tianyin to bet with him. Sir God Ice Sparrow didn't say anything. Instead, she stood by the side. She was like herself, a man of few words. If you want to compete, compete with me. Just then, Colored Glaze Region Master stood up and stared at them coldly. How can you compete with someone with such a huge difference in cultivation? He seems to only have the cultivation of the Lord of Heaven, but I feel that his cultivation is not weak. He must have the cultivation of a Sir God, right? Moreover, you are a woman and he is a man. If you keep standing behind a woman, are you still a man? Sir God Lu Yuan provoked Yi Tianyin verbally, so that he would fall into his trap. Such words were easy to set up. After all, if one didn't come out to fight, he was worse than a woman. In their opinion, Yi Tianyin's cultivation was definitely higher than the Lord of Heaven's. Who would believe that only the Lord of Heaven's cultivation was so fast? But it couldn't be high. From the beginning to the end, they hadn't seen Yi Tianyin fight. They believed that even if he wasn't weak, he wouldn't be that strong. I challenged him first. Heaven, ripping Divine Lord, was anxious. If Yi Tianyin was killed, he wouldn't have a chance. The rest of them were half-step heavenly masters, so they didn't have much of an advantage. It's true that you challenged him, but you only have one pearl. Would he be willing to challenge you? Sir God, Lu Yuan humphed coldly and turned to look at Yi Tianyan. He said in disdain, "Kid, have you thought about it? Are you willing to hide behind a woman? Or are you willing to fight me like a man? If you want to be a coward, hide behind and don't come out." Sir God, Lu Yuan was good with his mouth. He had been a smooth talker since the beginning. Then he used his mouth to provoke Yi Tianyan. "Don't listen to him. Bet with me if you can." Colored Glaze Region Master said coldly, "Cough, cough. That's enough." Yi Tianyan extended his hand and patted Colored Glaze Region Master's shoulder. He stood out and said, "All right, since you said so, I'll bet with you. 2 pearls it is." Sir God Lu Yuan beamed with joy and smiled. "That's more like a man." Then he said to Venerable Spirit, "Senior Venerable Spirit has agreed. Is that okay?" Venerable Spirit nodded and turned to look at Yi Tianyan. "Are you sure you want to fight with him?" "Yes, I'm sure." 2 pearls it is, Yi Tianyan said. "Okay." Then Venerable Spirit waved, and they were enveloped in a divine light. The area was divided into a battlefield. As long as either party leaves the battlefield, it's your loss. Senior Venerable Spirit, fists and legs have no eyes. If I kill by mistake, is there a problem? Sir God Lu Yuan smiled and looked harmless. "No problem. As long as it's a fight, life and death don't matter," Venerable Spirit said. Chapter 1306. Sir God Lu Yuan smiled happily. He turned to look at Yi Tianyan and said, "My friend, fists and legs have no eyes. Even if our cultivation is not low, once we unleash our power, it will be hard for us to retract it. Hence, you'd better run away. Otherwise, don't blame me for being too harsh." He didn't mind Yi Tianyan running away immediately. His target was the 2 pearls anyway. "Don't worry. I'd like to see if your fist or my speed is faster." Yi Tianyan smiled faintly. Sir God Lu Yuan's overall power wasn't weak. However, to him it was just average. Sir God Lu Yuan wasn't considered the strongest half-step heavenly master. He could only be considered to be below average. As for Sir God Heaven Ripping, he was even weaker than Sir God Lu Yuan. It was undoubtedly easier to deal with Sir God Heaven Ripping. However, Sir God Heaven Ripping only had 1 pearl. How could he agree? Let's give it a try. Before he could finish his words, the shadow of Kuin Peng appeared behind Sir God Lu Yuan. The huge Kuin Peng soared in the void and instantly enveloped the entire area. As he spread his wings and soared, his speed was instantly raised to the maximum. He disappeared in the void, and only an afterimage was left. His speed was much faster than before. It was obvious that he hadn't unleashed his full speed when he was chasing after 10 lives pearl. He had held back. What an idiot. Does he think he's the fastest? The fastest speed is naturally our Kuin Peng bloodline. We are the true king of speed. In the blink of an eye, Divine Lord Lu Yuan appeared behind Yi Tianyan and reached out his hand to pierce Yi Tianyan's back. Divine Lord Lu Yuan's hand turned into a sharp eagle claw that could even pierce through a heavenly Dao grade weapon. Just as he thought he could kill Yi Tianyan easily, a star divine spear that was faster than him pierced through him. There was a unique power of thunder in the spear. When it was added to the star divine spear, its speed increased by another notch. Whoosh! When Sir God Lu Yuan attacked, the star divine spear pierced his body. Then the domineering power nailed him to the ground. It's a pity that my speed is slightly faster than yours. Yi Tianyan smirked. Under the other party's fearful gaze, Yi Tianyan lifted the star divine spear in his hand and slashed Sir God Lu Yuan in half. The domineering power pierced through Sir God Lu Yuan's soul and split him in half. He died quickly. Destroying the soul was the most important thing. If the soul wasn't destroyed, it could still be reborn. Since this place allowed him to kill his opponents as he pleased, he naturally wouldn't hold back. Sir God, Lu Yuan had wanted to kill Jian Wushuang. Hence, why would he show mercy? Now, it was a complete instant kill without any hesitation. Ding! Successfully killed Divine Emperor Lu Yuan. Reward, 700 EXP. 130 Crazy Point, 80 SP. Obtained Kuan Peng Bloodline Rare. Kuan Peng Claw, Superior Grade Heavenly Dao. Kuan Peng Robe, Kuan Peng Bangle, Superior Grade Heavenly Dao. The Lord of Heaven, who was at the side, opened his mouth wide. He didn't expect Yi Tianyan to be so strong, and his heart couldn't help but tremble. Fortunately, he had fewer pearls, otherwise he would have been the one to die. Too strong. This speed is too fast. How can it be faster? Divine Lord of Heaven, ripping heavens, was terrified. He felt that they weren't on the same level anymore. She also didn't expect Yi Tianyan to be faster. She only knew that Yi Tianyan had some confidence. Hence, they teamed up and fooled Sir God, Lu Yuan, a little to make him lower his guard. Now, it seemed that even if they didn't fool him, he could easily suppress Sir God, Lu Yuan. Divine Lord Ice Sparrow squinted her eyes. There was no surprise in her eyes. Instead, she smiled faintly and said, as expected of someone who killed several Sir Gods in one go, if I hadn't seen him before, I might have really challenged him. Whoever challenges him is really an idiot. Lord of Heaven's cultivation? Who would believe? He had witnessed Yi Tianyan helping Liuli Domain Lord out of trouble and killing so many Sir Gods in one go. With such power, he didn't want to fight Yi Tianyan. He would rather fight Liuli Domain Lord. After Yi Tianyan killed him, he kept the 2 pearls and the treasures. He had obtained a half-step Celestial Master's treasures. One could imagine how bountiful it was. At the same time, he had obtained a huge pile of experience. He had even obtained the Kuan Peng bloodline. If he were to absorb it, his speed would definitely increase by a notch. Kuan Peng's speed was definitely top-notch. It was even more shocking than the Phoenix bloodline. If he hadn't controlled the power of lightning and mixed it into his attack to increase his speed, it definitely wouldn't be easy to deal with Sir God, Lu Yuan. Plus, Sir God Lu Yuan had indeed let his guard down. He thought his speed was supreme. He didn't expect Yi Tianyan to hold back too. Then Yi Tianyan came before Liuli Domain Lord and smiled. I didn't disappoint you, did I? Of course not. I didn't expect you to cultivate the power of lightning and add it to your attack. I was wrong about you. Liuli Domain Lord naturally saw the power of lightning that Yi Tianyan had exploded. It seemed that the power of lightning wasn't cultivated randomly. It could be added to one's attack. It's all in the past, Yi Tianyan smiled. He had been misunderstood many times anyway. He couldn't be bothered to explain. It would be better to use it as a trump card. Then they had 7 pearls. The remaining 3 pearls were in the hands of the other 2. Yi Tianyan stood out and looked at the 2 of them. He said, Who wants to continue to challenge me? I welcome you. The stakes will be the pearls in your hands. Sir God Heaven-Ripping's face changed. He didn't dare to challenge Yi Tianyan anymore. However, if he didn't challenge him, it meant that he wouldn't be able to increase the number of pearls. In that case, the effect of a narrow escape was basically no different from death. Sir God Ice Sparrow, who was next to him, didn't say a word. She just stood at the side, quietly. Why? Don't you dare to challenge me, the Lord of Heaven? Didn't you shout happily earlier? Didn't you say that you wanted to challenge me? Now that your opponent is dead, it's your turn to challenge me. Yi Tianyan smiled. Nonsense. How could you possibly be the Lord of Heaven? You are definitely at the level of a Sir God later stage. With your cultivation speed that I don't know how, even a half-step Heavenly Master isn't as fast as you. Sir God Heaven-Ripping roared. Then he pointed at Liuli Domain Lord and said, I want to challenge you. I wonder if you are willing to fight with me. Chapter 1307. Galay's Region Lord smiled sweetly when she heard that the Heaven-Ripping Divine Lord wanted to challenge her. Then she stood up and smiled. You're willing to challenge me. but I'm not willing to accept your challenge. What about you? Are you willing to challenge me once?" Glaze Region Lord did not accept the heaven-ripping Divine Lord's challenge. Instead, she asked Ice Sparrow Divine Lord, "I'm not going to challenge you. I think 2 pearls are good enough. I don't need to earn too much." Ice Sparrow Divine Lord rarely spoke, but her words were so cowardly. The heaven-ripping Divine Lord was delighted. If Ice Sparrow Divine Lord refused, he would have a chance. It would be good enough if he could win once, let alone how many pearls he would win. If he killed Glaze Region Lord, the pearls she was wearing would belong to him. It seemed like he was only betting 1 pearl, but he was actually betting all the pearls. He had seen everything. Tianyan had taken the pearls from Glaze Region Lord. After winning, he had given the pearls to Glaze Region Lord, which meant that the rest of the pearls were with Glaze Region Lord. "All right, since you don't want to challenge me, I'll accept your challenge." Glaze Region Lord felt helpless. If Ice Sparrow Divine Lord did not agree, she could only accept the heaven-ripping Divine Lord's challenge. "That's great." The heaven-ripping Divine Lord was so happy that he almost cheered. Then he said to the spirit, "Senior, she has agreed. Can we start?" He wanted the spirit to start immediately, as he was worried that Glaze Region Lord would change her mind. It would be troublesome then. "Sure." The spirit waved its hand, and the 2 of them were separated, forming a fighting ring. The heaven-ripping Divine Lord rushed over as soon as the fighting ring was formed. Sharp claws appeared on his hands, and his body enlarged rapidly, turning into a huge dragon leopard. He had dragon scales on his body and the astonishing, explosive power of a leopard. His claws were extremely sharp, each of them comparable to a middle-grade, heavenly Tao level. This was their unique talent, which was extremely sharp claws. They could tear the world apart. Coupled with the power of the dragon blood, the tearing power was several times stronger. In the blink of an eye, the heaven-ripping Divine Lord had already arrived in front of the colored Glaze Region Lord. He swung his sharp claws down mercilessly and wanted to tear the colored Glaze Region Lord into pieces. The void in front of him was torn apart by his ferocious claw. It really felt like the sky was being torn apart. The seemingly ordinary grab had already frozen the space around the Glazed Region Lord. There was no chance for her to escape. Die. Sir God Heaven-Ripping looked ferocious. At the same time, he vented the anger in his heart. Previously, he had lost to Sir God Lu Yuan, and he was unhappy. Now it was different. Being able to kill a half-step Empyrean could prove his strength even more. The key was that he would be able to obtain quite a number of orbs, which would allow him to successfully pass this test. Colored Glaze Region Master's gaze turned cold. She was already prepared. She waved the blue ribbon in her hand quickly, and it rolled towards the sharp claws of the heaven-ripping Divine Lord. When the ribbon met the sharp claws, logically speaking, it should be the ribbon that was torn to shreds. However, the sharp claws were quickly bound by the blue ribbon. In the blink of an eye, a large circle was wrapped around the claws. The originally violent attack suddenly became powerless. The tearing force had already become powerless. Oh no! Sir God Heaven-Ripping's expression changed. He wanted to reverse his attack hurriedly. He had not expected that his attack would be controlled so easily. He grabbed down violently, but it turned soft without any strength at all. That was the scariest part. He couldn't exert any strength at all. It's too late. Glazed Region Lord's eyes emitted blue light. She waved the ribbon in her hand rapidly, and it rolled towards her body along with her bound hand. Soon, it wrapped around half of her arm and fixed the heaven-ripping Divine Lord firmly. Break! Sir God Heaven-Ripping clenched his teeth and decisively cut off his arm. His body retreated rapidly, and blood splattered everywhere. Glazed Region Lord waved the ribbon in her hand, and the blood was reflected. Not a single drop of blood splashed on her body. However, Sir God Heaven-Ripping had escaped. When he felt that he couldn't break free, he had immediately chosen to cut off his arm. That was a decisive method. However, if he hadn't done that, he would have been bound inside and out by the ribbon. By then, he would have been strangled to death, let alone break free. The ribbon wasn't an ordinary treasure. It was a top-notch, superior-grade, heavenly path weapon. It was stronger than an ordinary superior-grade, heavenly path weapon. Sir God Heaven Ripping, who had cut off his arm, immediately started to stop the bleeding. At the same time, his severed arm started to regrow rapidly. It wasn't a difficult task for him. He would only need some time to regrow his severed arm. It was just that glazed region Lord's attack had shocked him. It was only then that he realized that he had fallen into a trap. Glazed region, Lord, wasn't weak at all. She looked like a woman, but her fighting style was definitely different. She could restrain his power. Thinking about it carefully, she had so many jewels. Wouldn't it be a temptation for them to continue challenging her? In fact, that was indeed the case. If she had the jewels, they would definitely challenge her. No one would challenge Itianyan. No one would want to challenge the King of Speed. Even Kuan Pong wasn't as fast as him. What was the point of competing? It was only then that he realized that he had fallen into a trap. As for Sir God Ice Sparrow, she obviously noticed that something was wrong. That was why she wouldn't challenge him. Glazed Region, Lord didn't wait for him to think clearly. She took the initiative to attack. She waved the ribbon in her hand and instantly encircled the area like a thick city wall. Sir God Heaven Ripping had nowhere to escape from such power. Blue Ice Strangle. Glazed Region, Lord tightened her grip and the ribbons around her tightened rapidly. Sir God Heaven Ripping couldn't escape even if he wanted to. He could only resist with all his might and charge towards Glazed Region Lord. However, this was Glazed Region Lord's territory right from the start. He had already lost. After 2 rounds of fierce attacks, Glazed Region Lord used the ribbon to trap him. Finally, Sir God Heaven Ripping was tied up. With a hard pull, Sir God Heaven Ripping exploded and turned into dust. Everything had been so easy. Her attack had restrained Sir God Heaven Ripping. It wouldn't have been a problem for her to win this round. We won. Glazed Region, Lord took the spoils and smiled as she walked to Etienne's side. Chapter 1308. The battle was won easily. Etienne knew that Glazed Region Master wasn't weak. She was strong. I relied on my advantage. If it was someone else, it wouldn't be so easy to deal with, Glazed Region Master said humbly. Glazed Region Master was also modest. She knew that what she was up against was exactly what she could restrain. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome. They looked at Sir God Ice Sparrow. Etienne smiled and said, "Which one of us would you like to challenge?" There was only Sir God Ice Sparrow left. Sir God Ice Sparrow didn't show off. No one knew how strong he really was. Maybe the appraisal I could tell a lot, but only when they fought would they know how strong he was. I said, "I'm not interested. 2 pearls will do. There's no need for too many." Sir God Ice Sparrow's face twitched. Actually, it wasn't that he didn't want more pearls. He saw that they were strong. If he messed around, he might be the one to die. The best way was not to challenge them. 2 pearls was too little. If he used them to open the door, it wouldn't be 9 out of 10, but 8 out of 10. Overall, it was bearable. If he were to fight against them, he would definitely die. Even if he surrendered and escaped, he would be trapped there. It was no different from death. All right. They were disappointed. They didn't accept Sir God Skyripping's challenge at first, because they wanted to challenge Sir God Ice Sparrow. How could Sir God Ice Sparrow accept the challenge once they showed their shocking strength? She would definitely challenge those with more pearls. Even if Sir God Skyripping didn't dare to challenge later, there would at least be 9 pearls. Of course, the number wasn't bad either. There were 8 pearls. On average, each of them had 4 pearls. The effect was pretty good. "It seems that you don't want to continue fighting?" The honored spirit smiled and said, "If so, you can distribute the pearls among yourselves." I'll emphasize again that the more pearls you have, the better the item will be. At the same time, the difficulty will be lower. On the other hand, the item will become worse, and the difficulty will increase tremendously. Honored spirit, if we enter with 4 pearls, will we be assigned to the same place to experience the test? Tianyan thought for a while and asked. No, both of you are in an independent space, so you cannot interfere with each other, said the venerable spirit. Is that so? Tianyan frowned. This way, even if they all had 4 orbs, they wouldn't be able to go to the same place. They wouldn't be able to help each other. It's okay. Anyway, I'll take a little less. You take 5, and I'll take 3. This is a very reasonable distribution, Glazed Region Master suggested. She knew that Tianyan had some ability, but it was still too difficult. It was better for her to side with Tianyan. Tianyan thought for a moment, then said, All right, I'll take 1, and you take 7. That's the best way to split it. What? Glazed Region Master was astonished. Even Ice Sparrow Divine Lord was dumbfounded after hearing that. The honored spirit smiled and said nothing. It was their business to make their choice, and he would not meddle in it. Just like that. Sister Liuli, have you forgotten my abilities? Tianyan smiled. Abilities? Glazed Region Master didn't quite understand what was going on, but she quickly understood what was going on. She had a look of realization on her face, but she still looked worried. But will it really be like that? Won't it be based on your previous performance to set the difficulty for you? The abilities that Tianyan was talking about was the ability to fight beyond his level. With his current cultivation, it was impossible to arrange a half-step heavenly master for him. Even if it was arranged, he still had a chance to deal with it. What happened just now was the best performance. But according to the normal Lord of Heaven, arranging a 3rd or 4th level divine Lord would be enough to easily kill him. Tianyan calculated according to this loophole, and Glazed Region Master immediately reacted. But what she was worried about was whether it would be based on his previous performance. If that happened, it would not be an ordinary expert. It's okay. I believe it will be based on cultivation. It won't be too much. Tianyan smiled. Previously, the Honorable Spirit said that it will be based on cultivation, not the previous situation. That's true. Glazed Region Master's eyes lit up and her heart was set. If it was based on cultivation, Tianyan would definitely be able to win easily. Since he could win easily, Tianyan might as well give the rest of the orbs to Glazed Region Master. This way, he could also maximize the rewards. They might not be able to get 10 orbs, but they could at least get 7 orbs as a reward. The treasures left behind by an upper heavenly master were definitely extremely precious. After a moment of transmission, they immediately decided on what to choose. Then Tianyan took only 1 orb and stuffed it in the door. Senior Honorable Spirit, I have already chosen the difficulty. This is it. Tianyan said, All right, I will start the difficulty now. He was too lazy to care about what the examinee chose. Anyway, whatever the examinee chose, whatever the master ordered him to do, he would do it. Rumble! Soon the door slowly opened. Tianyan looked back at Glazed Region Master and smiled. Very soon we will meet again. I will wait for you. Glazed Region Master nodded and watched as Tianyan stepped into the portal. Crazy, crazy, really crazy. You have so many orbs, but you don't use them. Instead, you are stepping into a dangerous situation. Sir God Ice Sparrow shook his head, but he did not think much about it. Soon he took 2 orbs, put them in, opened the door, and left. Finally, it was Glazed Region Master's turn. She opened the door of the 7 orbs and then stepped in. Everything quickly returned to its original state and returned to peace, as if nothing had happened. At the same time, the orbs were taken by the Honorable Spirit again. They could not take back the 10 orbs, so they could only return. The Honorable Spirit held the 10 lives orbs and slowly raised his head. This time the speed of the restart is too fast. It is 10,000 years faster than before. Last time it took 10,000 years. This time it is over in just a few years. Then he raised his hand and the 10 lives orbs disappeared in the air. The next moment, it appeared in the sky above the 4th level. Then it fell hard and created a big pit on the ground. At the same time, the cultivators immediately sensed the situation above and exclaimed, "A treasure has appeared! A treasure has appeared!" Chapter 1309. After Tianyan stepped into the space-time door, he appeared in another world the very next moment. In this world, there was nothing around him. It was pitch black and he couldn't see anything. This feeling was extremely helpless. There was nothing around him, not even a point of reference. His whole body was in a special space of nothingness. There was nothing and he didn't know where he was. Where exactly is this place? Tianyan quickly spread out his spiritual consciousness to explore. However, his spiritual consciousness couldn't spread too far as it was firmly sealed in the vicinity. He had just entered, but he didn't feel any dangerous aura. He was just tightly sealed in here and everything was so quiet. His surroundings were too ordinary and he didn't feel any danger. Is this what it feels like to have a narrow escape from death? Tianyan looked around. This feeling of a narrow escape from death wasn't that real. When he felt that there was no danger, suddenly a murderous vibe came from all around him and penetrated him without hesitation. Tianyan felt an extreme sense of danger behind him. If he didn't dodge, he would die immediately. The next moment, his figure flashed and he disappeared from his original position. With a teleportation, he escaped from that sense of danger. He quickly turned around and saw that it was empty. There was nothing there. It was as if everything was just an illusion. There's nothing there. Tianyan's pupils shrank and he shifted his gaze to the top. He used his spiritual consciousness to explore, but he couldn't find anything strange. It could even be said that even when he used the appraisal eye, he still couldn't find anything strange. That's strange. There's nothing there. Tianyan frowned and wondered if it was an illusion. However, when he wanted to continue exploring, suddenly, a murderous vibe came from behind him again. It came very quickly and very suddenly. This feeling was the same as before. It was terrifying. Immediately, his figure flashed and he disappeared from his original position. With another teleportation, he escaped from this area. Then, the murderous vibe disappeared again and he turned around at an even faster speed. This time he didn't use his spiritual consciousness, but used the appraisal eye to look around. Void spirit has the ability to walk inside the void, can pass through the invisible, ordinary spiritual sense, cannot detect, can assassinate people invisibly. His cultivation was at God Monarch level 5, and he specialized in assassination. So it's the void spirit. There's actually such a thing. Tianyan finally knew what it was. It turned out to be the void spirit. Void spirits were extremely rare, and they possessed a heaven-defying ability to walk within the void. This was equivalent to walking in another world, separated from the outside world by a layer of glass. The inside could see the outside, but the outside could not see the inside. This was the biggest difference between the two. It could be said that this was a heaven-defying ability that would cause most cultivators' expressions to change. He was simply the king of assassins. Unless one's spiritual sense was very heaven-defying, there was really no way to sense it. By the time they sensed it, they were already dead. The way to break it was actually very simple, and that was to break the void and shatter it. That way, the other party would be forced out. The void spirit was good at hiding. As long as the void was shattered, the other party would have nowhere to hide. This ability that it was so proud of would naturally be useless. The prerequisite was to have the power to shatter the void. Different regions of the void had different levels of firmness. The void here was a very strong void. It was not something that ordinary cultivators could shatter, as expected of the difficulty of 9 deaths and 1 life. It even gave out a void spirit, and the surrounding void is incomparably sturdy. The difference in cultivation is so great. If it was an ordinary cultivator who came in, he would definitely die. Tianyan shook his head. No wonder it was called the difficulty of 9 deaths and 1 life. Just this alone was frighteningly difficult. However, everything was within his expectations. There was still some difficulty, but it did not exceed the scope of his expectations, especially the other party's cultivation. God Monarch Level 5 was indeed heaven-defying, but it was not a half-step heavenly venerable or even a heavenly venerable. Just this point alone was not a problem. To others, it was 9 deaths and 1 life, but to him it was 10 lives. Soon, this feeling attacked him again. Suddenly it came from the side. This time, Tianyan did not dodge. Instead, he stood where he was, waiting for the killing intent to attack. He suddenly turned around, reached out and stabbed the void. Clang! The sturdy void was like glass broken by his poke. Then he grabbed the sharp longsword. However, his palm was unharmed. The sturdy evil lord of heaven set and the dragon god bloodline provided him with terrifying defensive power, allowing him to easily grab the other party's longsword. Get out! Tianyan dragged the other party out. A phantom was dragged out by him. Before the other party could struggle, he smashed it down. With a dong, a large hole was punched through the other party's body. Pitch-black blood splattered everywhere. Looking closely, this void spirit was like a phantom. However, if it was hit, it would still bleed continuously. Your strength. The void spirit was in disbelief. He never thought that he could be killed in a second under such circumstances. Not only was his cultivation much higher than the other parties, but he was also hiding in the extremely sturdy void. It really was a level of 9 deaths and 1 life. The difficulty could be said to be abnormal to the extreme, but he was still crushed by Tianyan. What's wrong with my strength? Tianyan rubbed his ears and smiled faintly. Speaking of which, every time you say this, you always talk about my strength. Don't you have anything else to say? The words were exactly the same. It could only be said that because the ending was the same, the topic was definitely the same. The void spirit turned around and wanted to escape, but how could he outrun him with his speed? Immediately, Tianyan quickly stepped over and crushed the void spirit with 1 foot. He didn't even bother to wait for the other party to escape, let alone let him go. For the time being, regardless of whether they are following orders or not, if he wants to pass this level, he must kill this guy. Ding, ding, successfully killed void spirit. Reward: 370 compressed EXP, 70 compressed crazy point, 50 compressed sin point. Reward: void bloodline rare, void god art, low grade heavenly Tao level martial art, void stone. Chapter 1310. So this is the difficulty of having a 90% chance of dying? It's really difficult. I wonder if there's a next stage? Tianyan didn't know if there was a next stage. After all, this stage was already as difficult as ascending to the heavens. If his cultivation was a little higher, he might be able to obtain even stronger void spirits. Of course, it might not be void spirits, but existences of other realms. At the very least, he felt that this level of difficulty was at a 90% chance of dying. If there was a next stage, it would be too much of a trap. While he was guessing, his surroundings changed rapidly. In the void, there was a long passage that led to an unknown place. Tianyan didn't think too much about it and directly walked forward. The passage under his feet was actually a stone path. There wasn't anything special about it. However, when he stood on it, he immediately felt that it was solid. It wasn't like the previous empty feeling where he couldn't feel anything under his feet. Looks like the exit is up ahead. Tianyan continued to walk forward. Before he could walk far, the path in front of him was immediately cut off. The stone path under his feet had disappeared. There wasn't even a single brick. Just like before, there was only emptiness around him. However, there was a slight change this time. There was a door of light in front of him. It looked like an exit. He immediately flew towards the door of light. However, no matter how he flew, it was pointless. He couldn't get close to the door of light. Instead, the distance between him and the door was getting further and further. Spatial lock, I can't get close at all. Tianyan frowned. This kind of spatial lock was very normal. Unless one's cultivation was heaven-defying, there was no way to break it. Based on his current situation, there was no way he could break this spatial lock. Don't tell me I have to stay here forever. Tianyan looked around and finally shifted his gaze to the stone path behind him. He thought for a moment, then picked up the stone path from behind. I can really pick it up. It should be like this. Tianyan held the stone path in front of him. When he threw it forward, it floated in the air. It was the same as the stone path behind him. They were all neatly aligned without the slightest bit of crookedness. Following that, he picked up the stone slabs one by one, threw them out one by one, and walked forward step by step. Now, they could really get close to the door of light. They didn't expect this to be a test of their wits. If he didn't use his brain, he would be like a headless fly, flying around aimlessly. However, when he thought about it carefully, it wasn't that difficult. It was just a little troublesome. He had to pick up the stone slabs and lay them down one by one. It was really troublesome. Although it was troublesome, at least there was no sense of death. This test also tests comprehension. Tianyan was helpless. He laid down the stone slabs one by one and quickly walked to the light door. He lifted his foot and walked towards the light door, disappearing into the void. After Tianyan entered, the door of light quickly closed and everything returned to normal. When he reappeared, he found himself in an open space. There were 3 stone tablets erected in front of him. 3 martial arts were written on them: Phantasmal Gold Divine Technique, Phantasmal Gold Void, and Phantasmal Gold Sky Absolute. Every single one of them was a high-tier Heavens Path martial art, not an ordinary martial art. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the test of 9 deaths and 1 life. This is your reward. You can choose any martial art here. The figure of the Venerable Spirit flew out, still maintaining its smile. As the spirit of this place, the Venerable Spirit could naturally appear wherever it wanted. It could appear wherever it wanted. Everything was under his control. As long as they were inside the statue, he would be able to observe their every move. Nothing would escape his eyes. This is the reward. It looks quite generous. 1 orb can get you a high-grade, heavenly path martial art. If you get 7 or 8 orbs, won't you get even better treasures? Although that was what Tianyan said, he still felt that it was a bit too much. The difficulty was so high, and it only gave 1 martial art. It wasn't easy to get the orbs, but to pass these tests, the difficulty was really scary. No, I was actually lying to you before. If you really get a good treasure, the fewer the orbs, the better. The higher the difficulty, the better the treasure. If you have more orbs, the difficulty will indeed be lower, but the treasure will be less and the grade will be lower. The Venerable Spirit said with a smile. Tianyan was startled. He didn't expect it to be a lie. It was obvious that it wanted them to fight and get more orbs, lower the difficulty and get more treasures. But I don't think these rewards are that good for passing this test. Tianyan's face was stiff. A martial art was enough to make him go away. Ha ha ha, this is not good? Maybe you can only choose 1 martial art, but if you successfully cultivate any one of them, you can become the master's disciple. You can even become the master of this place and enjoy all the treasures. Do you think this reward is not good enough? The Venerable Spirit said with a smile. The other examinees who obtained other martial arts will not get this special honor after cultivating. It should be said that they need to continue the test in order to get this opportunity. So, it is more difficult for those who obtain the orbs to be selected? Tianyan frowned. This was really a trap. It is not like that. It just needs to be tested a little more. Because of your comprehensive ability, you only need to cultivate this martial art and successfully reach the 3rd level. Then, you can become a disciple. The Venerable Spirit threw out an extremely tempting reward. I can become a disciple after reaching the third level. Is it that simple? Tianyin was surprised. It seemed that choosing one orb was not bad. The premise was that he could pass. If he could pass like this, then there was nothing to say. He was so fierce in fighting against those who were stronger than him. How could he not get a good reward? If this was not good, then what was good? This is not a simple thing. If you want to cultivate successfully, you need to go through a lot of training. But if you can even get the most basic, you will at least have the qualification to become a disciple. The Venerable Spirit said with a smile. Tianyin nodded and did not say anything. Anyway, he just needed to choose one to cultivate. I will choose this golden phantasm divine art. Tianyin pointed to one of the martial arts and said, Golden phantasm divine art? Not bad. You have a good eye. This is the best martial art among the three. The Venerable Spirit waved its hand and the other 2 stone tablets disappeared. Only the golden phantasm divine art was left. Now you can sit here and cultivate. I hope you can understand this golden phantasm divine art as soon as possible. Chapter 13:11. Tianyin immediately sat down to meditate. To be exact, he was constantly probing and analyzing this heavenly Tao level martial art. Martial arts were more difficult to understand, but it wasn't difficult for him. It was just a matter of time before he could successfully understand it. The appraisal, I would analyze everything inside and out, and would be able to analyze everything that could be analyzed. This would allow him to better comprehend, and he wouldn't feel any discomfort. After a series of crazy analysis, he immediately succeeded in cultivating the first layer and continued to cultivate the second layer. In a short week, he successfully understood the second level again. When he was ready to cultivate the third level, he realized he was stuck here. I knew the third level wouldn't be that easy. Otherwise, how could I become a personal disciple? Tianyin shook his head. He was completely stuck here when he cultivated to the third level. It wasn't that his analytical ability was too bad, but he needed a hard condition to continue cultivating. This hard condition was very simple. He had to cultivate the power of golden mirage and convert it into the power in his body. Only then could he cultivate to the third level. The first 2 levels didn't need this hard condition, so it was easy to cultivate. This was the same as when he cultivated to become a divine lord. He needed 3 planets. He hadn't reached it yet, mainly because it wasn't easy to find them to absorb. If he wanted to cultivate successfully, he had to have the power of golden mirage. Either he could cultivate it, or he had to forcefully cultivate it. The latter was undoubtedly the most difficult. The power of golden mirage wasn't easy to cultivate. First, his body had to lean towards the metal attribute. Only then could he cultivate it successfully. Fortunately, Tianyin's body didn't have to worry about this, so he could cultivate this attribute at will. If it was the glazed region lord, it would be too difficult. His body was originally of the water attribute. It wasn't a problem to forcefully cultivate the power of golden mirage, but it was too difficult to perfectly match it. But if he wanted to become a personal disciple, he had to do so. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to cultivate to the third level. Looks like I have to find a place to cultivate this power of golden mirage. Tianyin stood up. The venerated spirit stayed beside him and didn't choose to leave. Senior venerated spirit, can I go somewhere else to cultivate? There were so many places with dense mirage gold power here. Any one of them would be better than staying here. Yes, you can choose anywhere you want. You can go to most of the places in the 10,000 Gods Pagoda. The revered spirit waved its hand and images appeared in front of him. This included the previous trial checkpoints, which could be repeated. However, the places they would go would be the same as before, and there would still be the same dangers. You can go to most places? Tianyin's eyes lit up. I wonder where my companion is now. He was more concerned about Lioli Region Master's current situation, and he didn't know if she had passed the test. She hasn't passed the test yet, but you can wait for her at the exit, the spirit explained. Still haven't passed the test? Etienne frowned. It had been so long. Why hadn't he come out yet? Especially with 7 pearls, it shouldn't be too difficult. Yes, but don't worry. She's safe and won't be in any danger. I should say that she has passed the test, but she hasn't come out yet, the spirit said. I see. Etienne nodded. If that was the case, she should be getting her reward, comprehending something, or doing something else. He thought for a moment, then nodded and said, All right then, send me to her exit. The spirit did not say much. It waved its hand, and Etienne disappeared on the spot. The next moment, he appeared in another area. When he appeared here, the surroundings were empty and there was no danger. In front of him was a special passage that led to an unknown place. However, there was indeed no danger here. This was the exit, so naturally there wouldn't be any danger. Etienne did not leave. He sat on the ground and began to check his loot. Compared to this, he was more concerned about the bloodline that he had recently obtained. 2 amazing bloodlines, both of which were excellent. Kuan Peng bloodline and Void bloodline, huh? Etienne thought for a while and immediately used it without hesitation. This thing was different from other bloodlines. It could provide him with a lot of help. Ding. Successfully used Kuan Peng bloodline. Kuan Peng bloodline. Level 1 can greatly enhance one's speed. Currently, it has increased one's speed by 100 times. At the same time, it can enlarge one's body and turn into a giant Kuan Peng that soars in the sky. Ding. Successfully used Void bloodline. Void bloodline, level 1, allows the user to enter the void. Different cultivation levels allow the user to enter different void worlds. At the same time, it has the power of the void. It can turn one's body into the void, rendering the opponent's attack ineffective. The effect increases as one's cultivation increases. He was very satisfied with the effects of the 2 bloodlines. At the same time, he was even more amazed by their effects. Kuan Peng's power was very brutal. It was only at level 1, but it could increase one's speed by 100 times. If it was upgraded to the maximum level, wouldn't it explode? Void bloodline was also not bad. It could enter the void and render the opponent's attack ineffective. It was basically an effect of invincibility. However, there was definitely a limit. If there was a huge difference in cultivation between the opponent and the opponent, he could still be killed with 1 punch. This was the same as Etienne before. Even if the opponent was a void spirit, he could still be killed with a single spear strike. As long as the level goes up, the effect will definitely be greatly improved. Let me see the experience. When he saw the required crazy point, he immediately took a deep breath. The next level of Kuan Peng bloodline directly requires 3,000 crazy point. This is really crazy. Upgrading 1 level will cost a lot of crazy point. 3,000 crazy point, although I can afford it, but it will definitely be a lot later. Etienne resisted the urge to upgrade. He now has a lot of crazy point, but he didn't dare to spend it casually. It's a few thousand at once. 2 levels, and it's less than 6,000. If he upgraded 1 or 2 more levels, he will have nothing left. He just waited for the time when he needed to upgrade. This is undoubtedly the best effect. Anyway, it's not difficult to upgrade, and he can use it immediately. I don't know if I will encounter another opponent who forced me to upgrade. Etienne thought of the evil spirit domain lord. He was really forced to upgrade crazily before. Immediately after he was ready, he began to absorb the power of fantasy gold around here. The concentration here is not high. The main thing is that he can wait for Lu Li Domain Lord to come out. Chapter 1312. Etienne sat on the spot to absorb the power of the golden magic. It was not difficult. It could even be said to be relatively simple. As he absorbed crazily, his body was quickly filled with the power of the golden magic, which flowed throughout his body. His whole body began to glow with a faint golden color. However, This was different from condensing a core, which was only absorbed into the body and converted for his own use. To condense a core was very difficult. Usually, the fastest way was to absorb the core and convert it for his own use. Itianyan was not condensing a core now. He just wanted to absorb it for his own use, so that his body would have the power of the golden magic. When he wanted to continue absorbing, there was a sudden fluctuation. He quickly opened his eyes, revealing a strange smile. Then his figure flashed, and he entered the void. There was not a crack in the void. It looked very normal. Then a beautiful figure appeared in his sight. It was the Colored Glaze Region Master. After the Colored Glaze Region Master appeared, she looked energetic. There was nothing wrong with her. After coming out, she landed in this area. After looking around, she glanced at Itianyan, but she did not find anything wrong with him. Itianyan stayed in front of her, not moving at all. In the void, it was like he was separated by a layer of water. He could see the situation outside, but the situation inside was no different. It was just that this place was safer. It was like a special safe passage. For example, when it rained outside, there was no wind or rain in the void. He could even avoid some special attacks. Some were hard to avoid, such as attacks that could even tear the void. There was really no way to avoid them. She really can't find me. Itianyan's eyes lit up. He was only at the first level, but he could make a half-step celestial master unable to find him? Of course, it was mainly because he did not move. Without moving, his aura did not fluctuate, so he naturally would not attract the Colored Glaze Region Master's attention. After coming out, the Colored Glaze Region Master found a place to meditate. She seemed to be thinking about something. Then, she turned her head to look at the exit behind her. After a few more glances, she did not look anymore. She stayed where she was and meditated. Itianyan tried to walk over step by step, completely concealing his aura. However, when he moved, Glazed Region Master suddenly opened her eyes and stared in his direction. It was obvious that she had felt a strange fluctuation. Although he had concealed his aura, there would still be fluctuations, especially when facing a half-step Empyrean. Unless his void bloodline's grade increased, a half-step Empyrean would still be able to discover his existence. This time, Itianyan immediately stopped moving and stood in place. The Lioli Region Master looked at them suspiciously and then obediently closed her eyes. She didn't feel anything unusual. Itianyan smiled in his heart. It seemed that he had only discovered a little fluctuation. Since his spiritual awareness couldn't detect anything, the Colored Glaze Region Lord thought that it was an illusion. Itianyan continued to take a few steps forward. Suddenly, Lioli Domain Lord attacked him, and the blue ribbon directly passed through the area where Itianyan was. The reality was that it passed in front of Itianyan and could not touch him at all. He was inside the void, not outside. After the attack, the Colored Glaze Region Master did not find who she had attacked. She wondered, strange, was it an illusion? She did not stop. Instead, she stared at the area where Itianyan was. After staring for a long time, she fiercely threw out the blue ribbon in her hand. It turned into a long spear and pierced towards him. Dong! The void was directly pierced, and the attack was really coming towards Itianyan. A cold light flashed in Itianyan's eyes. He quickly dodged to the side and stepped out of the void. Sister Glaze, wait, it's me. Itianyan smiled and walked out. When the Colored Glaze Region Master saw him, she was surprised and happy. Boy, you actually scared me. Have you passed? It's rare that I was worried about you. Who knew that you would play tricks on me? Ahem, I was just teasing you. I didn't mean anything else. Itianyan smiled. If you didn't mean anything else, then what did you mean? I was so worried about you, the Colored Glaze Region Master said with a straight face. Sister Glaze, this. I didn't do it on purpose. Itianyan scratched his head awkwardly. He did not know what to say. Uffed. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Who asked you to scare people? The colored glaze region master smiled. Speaking of which, what martial art was that? You could actually hide in the void. This reminds me of the void spirits. They have the ability to enter the void. You can also enter the void. It is really surprising. This is not a martial art. It is the ability of the void spirits. That is why I can enter the void. Tianyan said with a smile. You obtained the ability of the void spirits? The colored glaze region master covered her mouth in shock. Is this your reward for passing? You can say that. Tianyan could not say that it was from killing the void spirits. It was more appropriate to say that it was the reward here. This reward is amazing. How did you do it? Didn't they say that the fewer the orbs, the worse the reward? The colored glaze region master shook her head. Then, Tianyan roughly explained what happened. After the colored glaze region master heard it, she said in shock, There is such a thing? It seems like it was all a lie. No wonder my reward was so ordinary. It was only a mid-rank heaven's path martial art. I thought that only 8 or 9 orbs or more would be able to get a better reward. It turns out that the fewer orbs, the better the reward. But my difficulty was not high. I passed it relatively easily. That's right. We were all lied to. Tianyan shrugged helplessly. While they were talking, the Zune spirit suddenly appeared and said with a smile, Congratulations on passing the test. Since you passed the test in the 7th stage, if you want to be selected as a direct disciple, you must first pass 2 stages before you can be selected. Tianyan's eyes narrowed. It was indeed a trap. He still needed to pass 2 more stages before he could be selected. He only needed to cultivate to the 3rd level, and he would be selected. The gap between the 2 was really not small. 2 stages? The colored glaze region master frowned. Yes, 2 stages. As for what it is, please go forward and you will know. The spirit smiled at Tianyan and said, However, you cannot participate. You can go to that area, but you will be assigned to an independent space. You cannot interfere with each other or help each other. Chapter 1313. Well, I thought that we could go together, but it seems that we can't. Tianyan felt helpless. It seemed that they couldn't go to the trial together. Don't worry, the next 2 levels won't be difficult for me. What are you worried about? Region Master Liuli smiled and said, Don't forget, I'm a half-step Heavenly Master and a Region Master at that. If I can't handle this, then there's no need for me to be a Region Master. That's true. Sister Liuli can't be that bad. Tianyan smiled and said, Although they couldn't go to the trial together, he believed that Region Master Liuli would definitely pass. If she couldn't even pass this, then she would be a disgrace to her title as a Region Master. After chatting for a while, Region Master Liuli walked forward. She didn't continue to stay there. Previously, she meditated here not because it consumed too much energy, but because she wanted to see if she could wait for Tianyan to come. If it wasn't because she was waiting for Tianyan, she would have left long ago instead of waiting here. After Region Master Liuli left, Tianyan thought for a while and asked, Senior Spirit, if I enter the other space and can force my way into the other space, will you drive me out? You can't force your way into other spaces. The spirit still maintained a faint smile. It was a smile full of confidence, as if everything was under its control. What if I can force my way in? Tianyan narrowed his eyes and asked, I've said it before, you can't force your way into other spaces. If you can really force your way in, then we won't kick you out and let you do whatever you want in that space. As for the danger, we won't make any guarantees. The Venerable Spirit kept smiling, especially the first half of the sentence. It could be said that it was resolute. In its opinion, Tianyan couldn't break his master seal, so it had absolute confidence. Tool spirits were different from phantom spirits. They had their own personality and wisdom, and they could judge the situation by themselves. Now, it was certain that Tianyan couldn't break it, even if it was a narrow escape. All right, Thank you for your reminder, Senior Zunling. Tianyan smiled and walked forward. If he went out from here, he would definitely go to the area where Glaze Region Master went. However, after he went in, he would still be separated, and the two of them would not be able to meet. Tianyan didn't care about that. He just wanted to see if he could pass through it. That way, the two of them could pass through the trial together. At the same time, he wanted to see if his void bloodline had such an effect. After passing through a long passageway, Xiao Qin arrived before a door of light. After stepping through the door, he saw mountains of gold. Once again, he arrived in a world filled with gold. This was a very simple mountain of gold. There were countless golden forests on them, and the stones under their feet were all golden. Actually, they were all formed by the power of illusory gold. It looked like a golden world. However, the pure golden world did not seem dangerous at all. He strolled along the way without any danger. Everything was so normal. It was as if he was walking in his own backyard. There was no sense of danger at all. It seems that after being recognized, there won't be any dangerous tests. It's dangerous enough to be able to fight so many people above my level. Tianyan now understood what the Zunling had said. If he trespassed into another's area, he would have to go through layers of trials just like them. If he stayed in his own area, it would be extremely safe and there would be no danger at all. Here, it was like a paradise for cultivating the power of illusory gold. He could cultivate as he wished, and there would be no danger. No wonder he was allowed to choose any location. It was extremely safe. If he went to other places, he would absorb the power of illusory gold, and there would be no danger. Let me see if I can pass through it and have a trial with Sister Glaze. Tianyan wanted to go through the trial with Glaze Region Master. It would be best if both of them could achieve their goals. That way, they would be able to obtain greater benefits. He had successfully cultivated the third level, but he had only reached the level of a direct disciple. It did not guarantee that he would become the master of this place. Therefore, he was not in a hurry. He wanted to pass through safely with Glaze Region Master. As he probed along the way, he realized that this place seemed to be endless, and he could not see any flaws. Everything was so natural. If spiritual senses could see flaws, the Zunling would have been starving a long time ago. Then his silhouette flashed, and he wanted to enter the void. At this moment, he realized that he could not enter at all. He was stuck outside. I can't get in. It really is a sealed space. Tianyan was not surprised. If he could enter like this, then he would be dreaming. It seems that I have to upgrade it. The effect of the bloodline of the void is not bad. The bloodline of the void focused on assassination, and it could also hide. It was comparable to a special skill of invisibility. It could even be said to be more useful than invisibility. Invisibility meant escaping. This allowed him to enter the void and evade attacks. It was definitely a type of bloodline that had reached great success. The bloodline of the Kunping could only be upgraded next time. Now he just wanted to try and see if he could pass through these sealed spaces. It seemed to be a waste, but it was also a test. In the future, no matter who sealed him, as long as he has the shuttle ability, he can easily slip away and not fear any sealed space. Upgrade the bloodline of the void. Tianyan immediately chose to upgrade the bloodline of the void, and in an instant, 3,000 crazy compression points were deducted. It can be said that a large amount of crazy point was deducted. If he hadn't killed many evil spirit race, he really wouldn't have so many crazy points to deduct. Ding successfully upgraded the bloodline of the void to level 2. The effect increased by 10 times. Can travel through stronger void and can resist stronger attacks, according to the user's cultivation. The next level requires 8,000 crazy compression points. All of a sudden, he lost a lot of crazy compression points, but the effect has increased by 10 times. He suddenly felt that his bloodline of the void is much stronger. As expected of a level 1, it already needs so many crazy points. Let me travel. Tianyan's figure floated. and he actually forcibly tore the space and immediately drilled into the void. Sure enough, after the upgrade, even if it is the seal of the heavenly venerables, he can still enter. To be exact, it should be the seal of the tool spirit. After all, it is operated by the tool spirit. After the upgrade, he can finally go in. After entering, he felt that everything was different. It made him feel like he was in a mezzanine. Looking around, he saw dozens of spaces superimposed together. In each space, there are different cultivators constantly in the trial. There is no doubt that he can now travel through any space and enter the domain where they are. Chapter 13:14. As soon as he entered the void mezzanine, Tianyan was able to observe everything as if he was the master of the void mezzanine, and he could see everything clearly. This level up was not in vain. When Tianyan saw this scene, he felt that all his efforts were not in vain. This meant that he could go to other worlds and travel through this void illusion. When that time came, taking the treasures would be as easy as taking something out of his pocket. When he wanted to continue moving forward, the spirit suddenly came in from the void. This was the territory of the spirit. If it wanted to come in, it could. It was not difficult at all. What void? It was an area under its control. No one could escape from its control. You can break through the void and come in. Finally, Tianyan saw a different venerable spirit, and he was shocked by himself. If it was a phantom spirit, he wouldn't be shocked at all. They did not have intelligence, unlike weapon spirits that had their own consciousness. Therefore, the spirit was really shocked. It was very sure that Tianyan would not enter other areas. Now, not only could he enter other areas, but he could also enter other places. It could be said that it was a heavy slap to the spirit's face. Senior spirit, I wonder if I can go in as I please? Tianyan responded with a faint smile. It was the same smile as the spirit before, as if he was imitating its calmness. Senior spirit, you have said that as long as I can enter other spaces, you will not disturb me. After the spirit looked at him for a while, it smiled again. I have said this before. You can go to any space as you please. I will not stop you. Correspondingly, the dangers in other spaces are not something I can remove. Think about it yourself. After the spirit finished speaking, it disappeared into the void. It did not stop Tianyan. What it had said before, it would naturally fulfill it. It would not go back on its words. After the spirit left, Tianyan let out a sigh of relief. If the spirit went back on its words, it would not be strange. Fortunately, it would not go back on its words. It was just traveling through other spaces. It was not a serious matter. However, doing so would indeed disrupt the situation here. Originally, they could only clear the stages alone. Now, they could clear the stages together. Naturally, they were disrupting the order of this place. Fortunately, the honorable spirit didn't have such thoughts. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome. Tianyan immediately scanned the area, and soon the area where the glazed region lord was located appeared in his line of sight. There were countless golden men around the glazed region master, and they attacked him. Regardless of whether it was a rock, a tree, or the golden grass on the side of the road, they would all transform into a golden man and pounce on him. These golden men were of different sizes, and all of them were attacking fiercely. Every golden man's cultivation was at the late stage god-monarch realm. Their cultivations were not as good as the glazed region masters, but their numbers were astonishing. They swarmed forward and attacked, causing the region master to fall into a bitter battle. The main reason was that there were simply too many of them. They had to madly defend themselves, and it seemed like it would take a long time for them to reach the end. According to the rules of this stage, one had to stay here for a month to be considered to have passed. Under the frenzied siege of so many golden men, one had to persevere for a month. The difficulty of this was really abnormal. Not only the glazed region master, but the other trial takers were also in the same situation. They were all surrounded by countless golden men, and they were constantly in a bitter battle. The most terrifying thing was that huge mountain suddenly stood up and transformed into a huge golden man that slammed down, wanting to flatten the trial takers. The trials that these trial takers had to go through were all the same. It seemed that there were quite a number of people who really came here. There were still quite a number of other cultivators who stayed here. He thought that there should be quite a number of cultivators who stayed in other areas. It was impossible for there to be so few people choosing disciples. They were just one of the groups. Since the pearl had been taken away, a new group of people would definitely be selected. There was no need to worry that there would be no cultivators coming here. They could feel the stronger celestial venerate power here. How could there be no strong cultivators coming here? This was just like the original god slaying pagoda. It was densely packed with people. As long as there were benefits, no matter how dangerous it was, there would be bold, strong cultivators coming here. It was impossible to have more opportunities without danger. It's really a different scene. Tianyan turned his attention back to the glazed region master to see what her current situation was. The blue ribbon in the glazed region master's hand was constantly waving, and there was no pressure at all. She constantly sent the golden men flying out. It was not necessary to kill them. As long as she persisted for a month, she would succeed. As expected of Sister Glazed, her overall strength is strong enough. It seems that this level is not difficult for her at all. Tianyan did not go out to help. Everyone had their own pride, especially this kind of superior, strong cultivator. If he forced himself to come in and help without too much pressure, it would be an insult to her. Therefore, Tianyan was not in a hurry to go out to help. He came in to try to see if he could break through the void and also to cultivate. In this void mezzanine, he could feel more power of magic gold. The intensity was several times stronger than in the void mezzanine alone. Cultivating here was undoubtedly the best choice. He immediately sat down to meditate and quickly extracted the power of magic gold here to speed up his metal attribute physique. Only then could he cultivate the third level of the magic gold divine art. However, it was still too slow. It would take a lot of time to strengthen his physique. Too slow. It would be good if I could go faster. Tianyan shook his head. When he wanted to continue cultivating, he suddenly felt a burst of special fluctuations coming from the glazed region master's side, causing him to quickly open his eyes. He saw that the glazed region master was surrounded by several giant golden men, each with the power of a half-step heavenly venerable. This time, the glazed region master was completely surrounded, and she could not escape even if she wanted to. Boom! A trial taker on the side was smashed into pieces by this giant golden man. The terrifying combat power of the golden men was definitely off the charts. They were smashed to death just by facing one. The glazed region master had to face several of them, which made the difficulty much higher. Even if she is a half-step heavenly venerable, isn't it a little too difficult to face so many of them at once? Tianyan frowned. He felt that everything was so strange. Something was wrong, and suddenly he thought of the venerable spirit. Is it possible that the venerable spirit deliberately increased the difficulty so that I could attack him? Chapter 13:15. Could it be that my participation has increased the difficulty for Sister Azure Glaze? What exactly is this spirit thinking? Tianyan frowned. He had not planned to join the battle, but now it seemed that if he did not join the battle, Azure Region Master's situation would become more and more dangerous. In the end, she would end up like the other challengers, being slapped to death by these golden men. Azure Region Master's attack was very powerful, but these golden men could be said to be immortal and could not hold on for too long. In particular, there were several terrifying golden men. Their towering bodies covered the area, and they could cover a large area with just a stretch of their hands. There was no way to avoid them easily. As the pressure increased, the glazed region lord was forced into a perilous situation and was almost hit by the attack. Boom! While Tianyan was thinking The Golden Men had already landed a heavy punch and sent Azure Region Master flying. Fortunately, Azure Region Master was only sent flying by the force of the vibration and was not hit. Even so, she was at a disadvantage. Blood flowed out of her mouth, and it seemed that she was slightly injured. She was not hit, but under the violent vibration, she would still be injured. "Looks like I can only give it my all." Azure Region Master wiped the blood off the corner of her mouth, and her eyes glowed with a faint blue light. She was ready to explode. If she used all her strength, she would definitely cause some damage to herself, but that was all she could do for now. Immediately, her body flashed with a dazzling blue light, and she turned into a water god. Just like before, she had the ultimate power of the water god. The blue ribbon in her hand instantly spread out. At this time, it was no longer like a ribbon, but a thick wave bombarding out wave after wave. The power increased by several times. Under this crazy attack, the surrounding Golden Men were sent flying. Taking advantage of this gap, Azure Region Master quickly escaped from their encirclement and quickly escaped to the side. Her attack was very strong, but the opponent had an immortal body. Even under a heavy blow, a large part of her body would be dented at most. She would quickly recover, and there would be no difference from before. This was the most terrifying thing. What she needed now was to maintain her state and not fight with them. It was not worth it at all. The requirement to pass was to persevere, not to kill these Golden Men. Moreover, even if he wanted to kill it, he wouldn't be able to. It really belonged to the indestructible category. It wasn't that she didn't want to kill them, but she simply couldn't. Or she would need a lot of strength to kill them. However, there was no end to them. Killing them was useless. Boom! At this time, several statues suddenly appeared from the Golden Mountain in front of them. Such a huge creature once again blocked the path of the Glazed Region Lord. The colored Glazed Region Lord was completely blocked. Not only were there Golden Men blocking her from the front, but there were also people blocking her from the back. This place was completely blocked, and there was no way out at all. "Looks like I can only go all out." She did not feel that anything was wrong. She only felt that the difficulty was increasing. Perhaps this was a test for her. There was no such thing as surrender here. It was either pass or die here. Immediately after, Glazed Region Master exerted all her strength to launch a fierce attack. She threw out one move after another, blasting away the pile of Golden Men. However, every time he was sent flying, the other party would pounce on him again. It was as if he was fighting for nothing. For these Golden Men, there was no pain and no fear. Therefore, they were not afraid, no matter how crazy they were. Just when she wanted to go all out and fight until the end, a light figure pierced through the sky and hit the huge Golden Man fiercely, accompanied by a loud noise. This Golden Man had a hole pierced through. Then, with a fierce sweep, the Golden Man was directly sent flying. The Golden Man did not die, but at least for a short period of time, he would not be able to get up. "Sister Glazed, let me help you." The one who came out was naturally Tianyan. Now that things had come to this, he could only quickly kill his way out. At present, Glazed Region Lord could still resist. If he waited until she was exhausted before coming out, it would really be too late. This kind of transformation into the power of the water god required too much strength. Therefore, it was best to quickly come to help and not wait until she was exhausted before coming in. At that time, she would not have any fighting strength. Now that the two of them were fighting side by side, there was still hope that they could continue. When Tianyan fought alone, it would be much more difficult. "Why did you come in?" Glazed Region Lord was stunned. Didn't they say before that he could not enter their space at will? How could he come in now? It's a long story. Let's escape first. Tianyan hugged Glazed Region Lord. Under the double superposition of the Kuin Peng bloodline and the Phoenix bloodline, he directly turned into a light figure and disappeared on the spot, shaking off the Golden Men that were rushing over. With the double speed bloodline, even these golden men could not catch up to him at all. Relying on this speed alone, it had already put him in an invincible position. Glazed Region Lord's speed was not as fast as his, so she could not easily avoid these golden men. Now it was different. With Etianyan to save the situation, she would definitely be able to avoid everything. After killing his way in a distant corner, the venerable spirit flew in the air and stared at this side. Finally, let me see how high your potential is. The higher the potential, the more valuable. Everything was led by him. Etianyan did not guess wrong. It should be said that there should be no need to guess. Etianyan had already seen it. There were so many cultivators here, but Glazed Region Lord was being attacked crazily. It was impossible to say that it was not aimed at him. After Etianyan came in, he quickly ran away with Glazed Region Lord, but the next scene became more and more terrifying. Everything around them started to move. Originally, there was a fixed batch of golden men. Now all the areas started to boil. Piles of golden men appeared and surrounded them. There are more and more of these golden men. This venerable spirit is simply trying to kill us. Etianyan was a little annoyed. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't bring people into the void, he would have already escaped with Glazed Domain Lord. Only he could enter the void, and the others could not be brought in. How do you want to kill us? Is this the difficulty of the venerable spirit? Glazed Region Lord was confused and did not know what was going on. Yes, I have the ability to enter the void, so after I followed you in, I was able to pass through the seal and come to your side. At the same time, I saw many cultivators who were trial takers like you, but they did not receive this treatment. It was a very normal trial. This is clearly to make things difficult for us and increase the difficulty of the trial. Etianyan said helplessly, In this case, it is my fault. These were all caused by him, so naturally it was his fault. This is really your fault, but it doesn't matter. Your punishment is to escape with me and hold on for a month. Glazed Region Lord was not angry at all. Etianyan came over to help her. Chapter 13:16. Etianyan took Lioli Domain Lord and fled quickly, but facing the golden golems all around him made him feel a headache. His speed is very fast, but if the countless golden golems turn into a wall, he can't pass through it. Replace Divine Sword Supreme Set. Etianyan immediately transformed into Divine Sword Supreme state, reached out to the void, and tens of thousands of reincarnation level-long swords instantly flew out from the storage ring, turned into an extreme sword array, and quickly scattered around. Explode! After the dense sword array penetrated out, it directly exploded in the center of the golden golems. Tens of thousands of reincarnation level-long swords exploded. That kind of feeling can be imagined. The terrifying explosion directly released the full power. This is a killing formation. Boom! A strong explosion erupted in the middle of the group of golden men, directly blasting them into golden powder that drifted in all directions. Even though they had immortal bodies, they were not truly immortal. As long as they were strong enough, they could still be killed. Ding successfully killed Golden Golem, God Monarch 7th level, obtained 25 compressed EXP, 10 compressed Crazy Point. At the same time, obtained power of Golden Magic Crystal. Ding successfully killed Golden Golem, God Monarch 6th level, obtained 24 compressed EXP, 10 compressed Crazy Point. Obtained power of Golden Magic Crystal. Ding successfully killed Golden Golem. All of a sudden, hundreds of sturdy golden golems were blown into powder. A lot of experience swept over. This is the value that can only be achieved by stacking 60 4 times crazy experience mode. It is enough to see that the experience of this golden golem is too low, but at least it is still a lot. If it was a real god monarch cultivator, the experience gained would be terrifying. However, it is a bunch of golden golems. It is good to have a little experience. This was similar to the phantom he had killed before. The experience he gained was pitifully small. It was practically a symbolic point of experience, and it wouldn't seem so shabby. Under this explosion, the experience gained is not small. Some of the golden golems were blown to pieces, but because they did not die, naturally they will not get any experience. At least under this explosion, it can make a gap, allowing Tianyan to quickly fly over with Liuli Domain Lord. However, after the explosion, many of the gold men quickly recovered, and some of them directly emerged from the ground. Everything was endless. If the EXP algorithm was the same as before, then it would be crazy to earn money. At that time, no one would be able to drag him away. He would definitely earn a huge sum of money here. Right now, the EXP wasn't low, but the price he had to pay was too high. Tens of thousands of divine swords have been blown up, but only a hole has been blown up. These guys are too hard. Tianyan shook his head. In the explosion just now, at least tens of thousands of golden men were affected. In reality, only a small portion of them could be killed, which was a few hundred golden men. It was a pitiful number. Most of them were in a mess. Some of them only had their heads left, so they couldn't be considered dead. As for the remaining heads, the surrounding golden soil quickly gathered around them and restored their bodies. There was no pressure at all for them to regrow their heads. After being reborn, he continued to rush over, wanting to kill Tianyan. What a strong power! Region Master Colored Glaze didn't think so. Such a strong attack had already exceeded her by a lot. It was definitely comparable to the power of a true heavenly venerable. The huge golden man on the side had lost more than half of its body after this explosion, but it still didn't die. Instead, it quickly healed. The strong recovery ability gave them a headache. The honored spirit, who had been staring at this side, was taken aback. It was frightened by this scene. What a strong power! It's already comparable to a true heavenly venerable. What kind of move is this? How can it be so powerful? The honored spirit was just an artifact spirit. Naturally, it couldn't see what was going on, let alone know what kind of move it was. Now it was constantly controlling the golden men and quickly recovering. The power of magical gold around it was mobilized to heal these golden men. It had been here for so long, but this was the first time it had seen such terrifying power. It wasn't that this power was extremely terrifying, but the power that erupted from Tianyan didn't match his cultivation at all. How could a powerhouse from the Lord of Heaven explode with the power of a heavenly venerable? This puzzled the honored spirit and made him wonder if he had made a wrong judgment. However, based on his experience and judgment, it was impossible for him to make a wrong judgment. The Tianyan in front of him, indeed, only had the cultivation of the Lord of Heaven. However, the cultivation that erupted was beyond his common sense. He had seen countless powerhouses and countless geniuses barging in here, but this was definitely the first time he had seen such an existence. Tianyan couldn't be bothered with the situation here. He quickly fled forward with Liuli Region Master and released tens of thousands of reincarnation-grade divine swords again. These were all plundered from the evil spirit, celestial realm. They were simply weapons that could be found on the streets. After releasing them, he began to harvest them crazily. This time, it wasn't like before, where he needed to explode crazily to break through this golden iron wall. He just needed to continuously harvest the golden men that pounced on him. Before they could even get close, they were cut into countless pieces by these tens of thousands of divine swords. Of course, he needed to cut a lot of swords to be able to cut them into several pieces. These guys were too tough. Each of their physiques was at the level of a superior grade, reincarnation grade weapon. There were even inferior grade, heavenly Tao grade weapons. Therefore, it was very difficult to cut them. He needed to attack a few more times. Fortunately, he had a lot of them. Although the other party had many golden men, could they compare to his densely packed divine swords? After he transformed into Sword God, he could control 100,000 reincarnation-grade divine swords at the same time, which was enough to slaughter his way through. Clang, clang, clang! These weapons continued to be swung around, and over time they broke by themselves. After breaking, they would quickly be replenished. He could still maintain the 100,000 divine swords and continue to harvest the many golden puppets. What a powerful move! To be able to control so many divine swords, it requires very strong mental control. Why didn't I know that you were so strong before? This is simply beyond many geniuses. Liuli Region Master was stunned. Yi Tianyin was a true legend. He could control many divine swords and kill enemies from thousands of miles away. Under his crazy harvesting, the golden puppets couldn't get close. Based on this situation, he would definitely be able to last for a month. There are too many things you don't know. This is only a small part of me. Yi Tianyin smiled. Good. Then I want to see what surprises my junior brother Tianyin can continue to give me. Liuli Region Master smiled. Her beautiful eyes filled with anticipation. Chapter 1317. Yi Tianyin took Lu Li Domain Lord and shuttled back and forth, easily killing many golden puppets. Even if he can't kill them, he can at least block them outside and not let them get close to them. Judging from the current situation, there is no problem. After watching for a while, the venerable spirit finally chose to give up. The surrounding golden puppets began to soften into piles of golden sand and no longer solidified. It means that it has given up on making things difficult for Yi Tianyin. After all, there is no pressure to continue to make things difficult for Yi Tianyin. Yi Tianyin has amazing speed, and with the protection of many divine swords, he is already in an invincible position. Unless he increases his strength and attacks crazily, if that is the case, it will be considered as exceeding the limit and not in line with the assessment content. Yi Tianyin also saw that the number of golden puppets did not increase, but began to collapse rapidly, which means that they have successfully passed this level. This venerable spirit is no longer making things difficult for us. It seems that we are going to win. Yi Tianyin smiled. Even the venerable spirit can't stop them. Although a lot of golden puppets disappeared, they still retain the most basic value. No more and no less, the number of golden puppets is the same as the beginning. This is the real trial. There is no need for Yi Tianyin's help. Lu Li Domain Lord can easily solve it. This time, Yi Tianyin was finally able to put the Azure Glaze Domain Lord down, instead of holding her all the time. He also thought that men and women should not touch each other. Seeing that Lu Li Domain Lord is not displeased, his heart is relieved. Next, Yi Tianyin did not stay idle. He used 100,000 divine swords to madly attack, especially those golden puppets that are transformed from a mountain. Again and again fiercely attacked, smashing them. Lu Li Domain Lord thought that Yi Tianyin is venting his dissatisfaction with the venerable spirit. That's why he continued to attack. He is indeed extremely dissatisfied with the venerable spirit, but he will not go crazy at will. He is taking advantage of this gap to earn more experience and crazy point. Every little bit counts, so he did not stop. Lu Li Domain Lord also did not stop. He attacked fiercely from the side. This way he can continue. As time passed quickly, in a blink of an eye, a month has passed. In just a month, the surrounding golden puppets instantly collapsed. Everything turned into golden powder and drifted around. Everything returned to normal, exactly the same as when they first came. At this time, a path began to appear in front of them, leading to another area of light. Past, let's go. Yi Tianyin nodded to Lu Li Domain Lord and walked forward together with Lu Li Domain Lord, disappearing completely from this world. When they reappeared, they appeared in another spacious space. There was nothing inside, just an empty space. Congratulations on successfully passing the trial. However, according to the rules, only you have passed the trial. The Zun spirit pointed at the colored glaze region lord. Lu and Yi Tianyin said, and Yi Li Tianyin. Tianyin is Li Domain Lord. Yi and Anan said, Yi Li Anan and back, and Anan and forth. You passed the test. This is your reward. Choose it yourself. The venerable spirit waved its hand. 3 treasures floated in front of Lu Li Domain Lord. Generally, they're high-grade Heaven's Path treasures. It can be said that they are very good treasures. Extremely tempting. Immediately, Lu Li Domain Lord quickly chose the treasure that suits him. Next, you have a trial. As long as you pass the last trial, you can become a personal disciple. The Venerable Spirit said with a smile, but this time you cannot interfere. If you interfere, then her trial will be regarded as a failure. The Venerable Spirit is finally not confident enough. It cannot guarantee that Yi Tianyin will not interfere. If that happens, is this still a trial? There's no need to do anything. Senior Venerable Spirit, did you increase the difficulty before? Yi Tianyin asked without hesitation. This is very uncomfortable for him. Yes, I increased the difficulty. It is because you broke the rules that I increased the difficulty. The Venerable Spirit said with a smile. What? Didn't you say before that there is no problem even if you enter other people's space? Yi Tianyin frowned. There is no problem. It does not mean that I cannot increase the difficulty. The Venerable Spirit's answer made Yi Tianyin do not know how to refute. This is other people's territory. He can increase the difficulty however he wants. This is really not wrong. He did not go back on his words. He just increased the difficulty. Yi Tianyin frowned. He did not say much. This is other people's territory. It is useless to say more. But this is also a trial for you. There is no reward, but I can arrange an excellent training place for you. It can speed up your absorption of the power of magic gold, so that you will be many times faster than her. The Venerable Spirit said with a smile. Lu Li Domain Lord is also absorbing the power of magic gold. She is unknowingly absorbing more power of magic gold as she passes through the trial. If she wants to enter the next trial, or if she wants to stay in the next trial, she must absorb more power of magic gold. This means that her body has been mixed with the power of magic gold. It seems that there is no problem for the time being. If that's the case, Yi Tianyin nodded and said, all right, then arrange for me to go to that place. Since he can't help, he can only go to that place to train and quickly train up the level. Then he can become a personal disciple. Sister Luli, you have to work hard in the next checkpoint. Yi Tianyin encouraged her. Isn't that for sure? Maybe I will become a personal disciple faster than you. Lu Li Domain Lord smiled and said, this time I will compete with you and see who is faster. Of course, I am faster. I only need to train for a while, and I will reach the standard. Yi Tianyin smiled and said, is that so? Then compete. If I become a personal disciple first, then you will lose, otherwise I will lose. Lu Li Domain Lord smiled and said, no problem. Speaking of which, if I lose, what is the punishment? Yi Tianyin asked. I haven't thought about it yet. Let's wait for the results to come out. Then I will think about the punishment. Lu Li Domain Lord smiled at him, then turned around and walked to the last trial. She didn't consume any energy, so she can enter the next trial at any time, so there is no need to stay there. After Lu Li Domain Lord left, Yi Tianyin turned to look at the Venerable Spirit and said, Venerable Spirit, I am ready. I can go to the place you mentioned at any time. The Venerable Spirit nodded and waved its hand. A ray of light shrouded Yi Tianyin, and he disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in a flat place. There is nothing here, only a field of golden sand. Chapter 13:18. As expected of a special cultivation place, the illusory gold power is dozens of times stronger than other places. Most importantly, there is an illusory gold core here. Yi Tianyin narrowed his eyes. There was no doubt that there was an illusory gold core underground. A huge illusory gold core could provide more illusory gold power. This was beyond doubt. No wonder the God Spirit said that the cultivation environment here was excellent. Now it seemed that it was absolutely the best. There was even an illusory gold core here, not to mention its effect. Yi Tianyin probed a little and could feel that the illusory gold core below was extremely huge. It was at least equivalent to a 4th grade core. It was far better than the cores he had seen before. The cores he had seen before were of the first or second grade, and the highest was of the third grade. It was definitely the first time that he saw a fourth grade core. A fourth grade core was very huge, but it was not many times bigger than a third grade core. It was just a little bigger. The key was that the power contained in it was many times stronger than before. This was the effect of a high-grade core. It was not that the bigger the better. The level of the energy inside was the most important. Illusory gold core? It seems that I can cultivate another one. Onion narrowed his eyes. He now had 3 cores in his body. What if he condensed 4? Compared to the thunder attribute core, the metal attribute core was not bad. So far, there was no thunder attribute core for him to absorb, but he could absorb the metal attribute core. It would still be enough for him to absorb 3 planets. He just needed to put down the thunder attribute core temporarily. There would be no problem if he did not continue to expand it. Of course, even if he expanded it, it would not be a problem. It would not conflict too much with the other attributes, and it would have a mutual enhancement effect. In this way, the power would be increased. But now he could only absorb the metal attribute core, so how could he waste it? Immediately, he began to absorb the surrounding core energy crazily and quickly condensed the illusory gold core in his body, which was the high-level metal attribute energy. Under the crazy condensation, the surrounding illusory gold power rushed into his body and condensed into a core in his body at an extremely fast speed. This speed shocked the god spirit, who was observing from the side. What a strong suction force! If this continues, it should not be a problem for him to cultivate successfully. Looking at Onion, who was meditating below, the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. No one knew what he was thinking. Onion didn't know what King Spirit was planning, but he wanted to absorb the fantasy gold power to form a planet with a fantasy gold core. This way, he would be able to achieve his goal and break through to the divine monarch realm. When the Lord of Heaven broke through to the divine Lord realm, he could even casually crush a half-step Empyrean. As for Empyrean powerhouses, he had the strength to fight. Moreover, after he broke through to the monarch god level, he would still have a lot of experience points to level up. When the time came, he would be able to reach the middle stage or late stage of reach. That would be an absolute crushing victory. When the time came, he would charge into the evil spirit divine realm again. At that time, even the evil spirit divine realm master would be trampled under his feet. Under the rapid absorption, the core power in his body grew stronger and stronger, and the condensed core grew larger and larger. He continued to extract more core energy from the illusory gold core as if it didn't cost him anything. Anyway, since Zunling wanted him to cultivate here, how could he be polite? Basically, he was crazily extracting energy without holding back. He couldn't wait to empty the illusory gold core. He really wanted to move away, but if he really did, he would definitely be cut into pieces. Since King Spirit was watching, unless he was 100% sure that he could escape, he wouldn't dare to do so. Under the rapid condensation, the core in his body grew larger and larger. Soon, it began to condense a huge planet, and it grew larger and larger. Compared to when he wanted to condense a lightning planet, it was much faster. The two were not on the same level. As time passed, the planet in Tianyun's body grew larger and larger. Golden clouds, golden earth, and golden mountains. Everything was golden. It looked very beautiful. It was a golden planet. Everything was going according to his pace. If this continued, the third planet would be perfectly condensed. Especially when metal was born of water. It just so happened that it corresponded to his water planet. Everything was going smoothly. After a few months of absorption, Onion finally condensed the third planet. The huge, illusory gold planet was far more eye-catching than the other 2 planets. In fact, this was related to the level of energy. This was the illusory gold force. The rest were all condensed from first-grade cores. At most, they were second-grade cores. The difference between them could be imagined. It's finally condensed. It's really difficult. In these few months, Tianyin had only condensed the planet. He didn't do anything else. Comprehending the third level was thrown aside. The most important thing was to condense the planet. As long as the condensation was successful, the rest would be easy. It's almost time. I'm ready to cultivate the third level. With this illusory gold planet, the third level is easy. Tianyin smiled. Originally, he wanted the illusory gold force constitution. Now, he even had the illusory gold planet, which far surpassed the illusory gold force constitution. Immediately, he raised his head and asked, "Senior King Spirit, did my friend pass the trial? You should be able to answer this question, right?" He had been here for a few months. He didn't know if the glazed domain lord had passed. She didn't pass the trial. King Spirit said simply, "She didn't pass? It seems that the difficulty of the last level is quite high." Tianyin nodded. Sure enough, it was the last level. He just hoped that there wouldn't be any danger. "Then send me back to comprehend the stone tablet. I think I should be able to comprehend it." Tianyin said, "Good." King Spirit's eyes lit up. This was a good thing. Then King Spirit waved his hand and Tianyin disappeared. He looked up and saw the stone tablet of the illusory gold divine technique. If he wanted to comprehend it, he had to return. Only by comprehending it could he use it. It was useless to forcibly remember it. Then he didn't think much and immediately began to comprehend the third level. With the support of the illusory gold planet, the analysis speed was quite amazing. Almost immediately, he analyzed 10% of it. It wouldn't take more than a day to analyze all of it. After a few hours, Tianyin suddenly opened his eyes, and two golden light burst out from his eyes. "Finally, I succeeded in cultivating." He turned his head to look at King Spirit and said, "Senior King Spirit, I have successfully cultivated the third level." Chapter 1319. Yes, I have successfully cultivated the third level of the gold phantasmal divine incantation. I can test it now. Tianyin stood up. He did not feel any excitement in his heart. This was a natural result. To him, cultivation was not difficult. He just needed to spend a little more time. He did not expect that not only would he succeed in cultivating it, but he would also be able to condense the gold planet. What a pleasant surprise. Okay. The spirit flew down and said, "Attack me with the third level of the gold phantasmal divine incantation now. Let's see how powerful it is." Tianyin nodded. Without hesitation, he operated the gold planet in his body. The power of the gold phantasmal divine incantation quickly poured out and filled his body. In an instant, a faint layer of golden light appeared on the surface of his body. It was as if he had turned into a golden man. Gold phantasmal divine incantation. Starbreaker! Tianyin's eyes flashed with golden light. He aimed at the spirit and made a move. His bare hand turned into a sharp blade, and he simply swung it down. The surrounding void was almost split into two halves. At the same time, under the slash, the golden light slashed towards the venerable spirit, sweeping all the way. This move was very simple. It looked like a simple strike of light. In fact, when it was about to touch the spirit, the light suddenly turned into countless rays of light and spread out, covering the spirit in an instant. It was as if countless stars had wrapped around the spirit, leaving it no chance to escape. Boom, boom, boom. Following that, the countless stars exploded in an instant. If not for the stability of the space here, the void would have been blown up. This terrifying move was enough to increase his strength by 20 to 30 times. This was the power of an upper-grade, heavenly path martial art. It was only the third level. The further one cultivated, the more powerful it would be. However, he was less interested in this aspect. Ever since he obtained so many martial arts from the vast Sky Sovereign, he was no longer interested in upper-grade, heavenly path martial arts. Not bad. You have successfully cultivated to the third level. The spirit floated out intact and unharmed. The power of these attacks was not bad, but it was too weak for him. It was like an itch. Now, I can become a personal disciple, right? Etianyan smiled faintly. Of course. You can come with me now. The venerable spirit was excited. It waved its hand, and a big hole appeared in front of it. This way, please. He gestured for Etianyan to walk into the void hole. Etianyan didn't think much about it and walked in. After entering, he felt as if he had passed through a wave of ripples, and the next moment, he arrived at a familiar place. That's right, there was an extremely familiar feeling floating in the air. This aura was not a good one, but a murderous aura. This killing intent immediately made him think of the god slaying Pagoda. The god killing Pagoda had a similar feeling back then. It was filled with a special killing intent. God slaying Pagoda. Etianyan's eyes narrowed, feeling that something was wrong. The change was too great in such a short period of time. Could it be that it was the creator of the god slaying Pagoda? God slaying? He didn't ask the question right away. He turned his head and looked behind him. The exit had already disappeared, and the only thing left was that venerable spirit. Senior Zunling, why is there such a big difference here? It doesn't seem to be the same place as before. Etianyan pretended to be confused. There are some changes here. You don't need to know what the situation is. Just walk forward. The smile on the venerable spirit's face disappeared, and what replaced it was a straight face. It looked rather cold, completely different from before. Etianyan's heart sank. It seemed that he had really walked into a black shop. The motive of this disciple selection was not right. This was the same as the god slaying Pagoda. Previously, it was very likely that there was another purpose, possession. His brain started working instantly, and his spiritual awareness probed the surroundings. There was a strong seal around the surroundings. Even a celestial master might not be able to escape. Once one entered, it would be hard to escape. Previously, he felt that the disciple selection was a little strange. It was strict, but it was too strict. It even caused them to kill each other. When the time came, no one would be convinced by him. How could he become a disciple? Now it seemed that letting them go through the trial step by step, so that they could cultivate the power of magic gold. Was there any difference from being filled with murderous aura? Turning into a body that matched them would allow them to carry out the possession. If the possession failed, it didn't matter. When the time came, they could just change to a second one. As for those who were possessed, they were basically no different from being dead. Etianyan carefully observed the surrounding environment, but according to the situation, his teleportation divine stone was definitely useless. He just didn't know if teleportation would work. Previously, he could escape from the 2 celestial master seals. The seals here were of a higher level. Logically speaking, it should work. He just didn't know if there were other seals. But if he escaped, it would be difficult on the glazed region lord side. Let's see the situation first. What's the situation? Did I really meet the god slaying boss? Etianyan thought of the god slaying Pagoda. It was just a part of it. There were so many god generals under it, and their cultivation was astonishing. If they hadn't been reborn through possession, their cultivation would have been even higher, and he had killed so many of them. If they knew that it was all his doing, they would be dead for sure. After walking all the way forward, he soon arrived in front of a large door. Before he reached it, the door slowly opened. A strong killing intent surged out from inside. If one's willpower was weak, they would have immediately lost consciousness. Etianyan immediately held his mind and stabilized his consciousness. He wouldn't be disturbed at all. After the door was completely opened, a huge throne came into view. It stood in the center in front of him. There were more than 10 huge statues around it. The soaring killing intent came from inside. When Etianyan saw a figure sitting on the throne, his eyes narrowed. His heart could be said to have sunk to the bottom. God-slaying Celestial Master, middle-level Celestial Master cultivation. Due to serious injuries, it is difficult for the body to recover. It can only slowly rot. As time passed, the cultivation became lower and lower until finally it completely turned into ashes. It possessed extremely strong power. The killing intent it released could interfere with the spiritual intelligence of cultivators. Just one look was enough to make a cultivator with the cultivation of the Lord of Heaven go crazy. Looking at this guy, Etienne's eyes narrowed. It was indeed a god-slaying. Due to unknown injuries, it caused his body to be in a state of festering. If this continued, it would definitely lead to death. Celestial masters also died. This proved that this god-slaying celestial master had encountered a stronger celestial master, causing his injuries to be difficult for him to recover. He could only sit here and wait for death. Chapter 13:20. After coming in, Etienne observed the situation around. One statue, exactly 10 statues. Some of them looked very familiar. Weren't they the god generals from before? However, these were all statues. Without a doubt, these god generals had made great contributions to heavenly venerate God Slayer. Otherwise, they wouldn't be standing here. It was just that no matter how powerful the god generals were, there would always be a time of death, and several of them had been killed by him. Apart from that, there was nothing strange about the surroundings. Everything looked very normal. The only thing that was not right was heavenly venerate God Slayer, who was sitting right in front of him. He was just sitting there, and a rancid smell emanated from his body that filled this space. Even so, there was no doubt that he was strong. Etienne could feel that if the other party slapped him hard, he would be flattened. Whatever evil Lord of Heaven set was just a fart. He would be easily smashed. This was the power of a middle-level heavenly venerate, far surpassing that of the evil Spirit Region Lord. Even the evil Spirit Region Lord and the previous Region Lord could only be considered cannon fodder. In particular, Heavenly Venerate God Slayer was originally an upper-level Heavenly Venerate. Although his cultivation base had dropped, his realm was still there. The power that erupted from him could still crush most middle-level Heavenly Venerates. The two were not on the same level. When he entered, Heavenly Venerate God Slayer immediately locked onto him. He observed him from top to bottom, not letting go of any details. A gaze that could see through everything was probing his body, including the insides of his body. This made him quickly conceal the power within his body to prevent others from discovering that he had 3 planets. Although it was generally impossible to detect, he had to be careful and conceal his aura. Peak Lord of Heaven Cultivation Base. Heavenly Venerate God Slayer's glowing red eyes looked up slightly. His massive body didn't move, but the armor on the surface of his body moved slightly. His massive body looked like a giant. In fact, Heavenly Venerate God Slayer's true form was of the giant god race, and his bloodline ranking was definitely at the top. However, it wasn't very high, only in the top 10. Yes, Master, he is only at the peak of the Lord of Heaven level, but his overall level far surpasses ordinary cultivators. He has already reached the half-step Heavenly Venerable level, or even the Heavenly Venerable level. The Saint Spirit waved its hand, and all the scenes of Etienne's previous battles appeared in front of Empyrean Death God's eyes. Every scene was a spectacular battle. For instance, the eruption of the Dragon God bloodline, the speed of the Kuin Peng bloodline. All of this was presented to Empyrean Death God. The main thing is that I have successfully cultivated the gold fantasy divine art. I have absolutely reached the standard that you require. The spirit respectfully knelt in front of Empyrean Death God, representing that this was its true master. After Empyrean Death God saw this, his red eyes looked at Etienne as if he had a new understanding of him. I never thought that there would be such an existence. The bloodline of the human race actually possesses such great power. Looks like there are many things mixed in your body. Looks like it does meet my standards. Empyrean Killer God revealed a satisfied smile. He was very satisfied with this. Kid, are you willing to become my direct disciple? As long as you become my direct disciple, you can choose any martial arts you want. You can even choose any weapon you want. Empyrean Death God threw out a great temptation, as if he really were choosing a disciple. Tianyan knew that this wasn't the case at all. Rather, Empyrean Death God wanted to deceive him into obeying all instructions, only in a situation where he didn't struggle with the chances of seizing his body be higher. In particular, if he completely obeyed instructions, then there wouldn't be any problems at all. What if I refuse? Tianyan asked. Refuse? Empyrean Death God's eyes turned cold, a red light flashing in them. However, he didn't become angry. Instead, he smiled and said, Why would you refuse? Could it be that my rewards aren't enough? Haven't you passed through so many smelting trials in order to become my disciple? As long as you become my disciple, you can have anything you want. Empyrean Death God didn't become angry. Instead, he was extremely calm. All of this was to persuade Tianyan. He didn't say that if Lin Ming didn't become his disciple, then he would die. It sounds like there really isn't a reason to refuse. Tianyan faintly smiled. He knew that continuing to refuse was meaningless. At that time, if he angered Empyrean Death God, it would be difficult to deal with him. I wonder what conditions there are to become your disciple. You have already satisfied the smelting trials conditions. What you need to do now is to calm your heart and completely open up your perception. I will pass on martial arts to you through my soul. Some contents can only be given through a spiritual exchange. For instance, my experiences or my secret skills that I don't pass on. Empyrean Death God smiled. He indeed looked like a kind old man, as if he were really here to accept disciples. This sounds good. Speaking of which, besides me, has there been no other cultivator that you have successfully accepted as a disciple? Tianyan asked. In any case, he couldn't escape for the time being, so he might as well ask a few more questions. At the same time, his mind was constantly thinking about how to deal with this Empyrean Death God. If he fought this Empyrean Death God head-on, he definitely wouldn't be able to defeat him. But if his soul came, then things would be different. One's soul could be said to be the strongest and also the weakest. Before it left the body, it was the strongest. But once it left the body, it was the weakest existence. Of course there are. They are the statues beside you, but they have all gone out now. After you become my disciple, you will be able to see them in the future. Empyrean Death God patiently explained, but his eyes already revealed a bit of impatience. If it weren't for seizing possession, he would have already slapped Tianyan to death. Since that's the case, then I will become your disciple. Tianyan pretended to agree. He nodded and said, Then what should I do now? Very simple. Empyrean Death God lifted his hand, and a golden coffin gradually fell from the void. Tianyan could see with a glance that this was absolutely a treasure. Moreover, it was forged from a magical gold core. Just in terms of grade, it was already an Empyrean spirit treasure. There was a thick power of magical gold inside. He could finally see something that was similar to the outside world. After Tianyan saw this, he immediately guessed that Empyrean Death God needed a metal attribute mortal body. Perhaps this was the only way he could restrain the energy within his body or successfully transfer it out. He didn't know whether or not this was the true body of the giant god race, but at least for now, it seemed that Empyrean Death God wanted to seize his body. Lie down. When the time comes, relax and leave everything to me. Empyrean Death God hurriedly had him enter the coffin. He was already impatient. Chapter 13:21. Tianyan felt the eyes of Killing God and the Venerable Spirit. If he didn't lie down now, he would definitely be slapped to death. Now he could only bite the bullet and not refuse. He didn't think too much about it. He lifted his foot and walked towards the golden coffin. It looked like he was stepping into a grave, but he could not step in now. He could only lift his foot and step inside. After entering, Tianyan lay down. His body was immediately filled with the power of magic gold. This created an extremely suitable environment, which was the extremely gentle power of illusory gold. Like seawater, it enveloped him. At the same time, the divine runes on the coffin began to light up, releasing circles of light that covered the area and blocked all external forces. Even the power of the killing god would be blocked outside, unable to enter at all. Since he had chosen to take over a body, he had to abandon all previous powers and start anew. Very good, very good. Killing God's eyes lit up. Seeing that Eetianyan could lie down peacefully, he felt very excited. He was ready to take over a body, and it was a very good body. How could he not be excited? When Eetianyan lay down, the venerable spirit quickly controlled the power of magic gold to make this place even gentler. Killing God Heavenly Venerate stood up, and the armor on his body made a clanking sound as he walked towards Eetianyan step by step. His burly body was like a mountain standing in front of Eetianyan. When your soul relaxes, remember not to resist. Otherwise, you will fail. I don't want to see my disciple get hurt by my soul attack. If that happens, he won't be able to continue cultivating. Killing God's expression was still amiable as he looked at Eetianyan and grinned. Okay, Eetianyan said simply. Killing God Heavenly Venerable glanced at the venerable spirit to ask for his help. The venerable spirit also nodded. It was a simple eye contact. Then Killing God's eyes shot out a red light. His soul quickly left his body and turned into a red energy body that floated in the air. His original body was stiff like a statue. At this time, his soul was riddled with holes, as if it had been pierced by some force. Eetianyan carefully felt a familiar aura. Vast Empyrean. That's right, he felt the power of Vast Empyrean from Killing God's soul. He had felt the power of Vast Empyrean before, so he naturally knew what was going on. This aura was undoubtedly the power of Vast Empyrean. According to this, it must be the power of Vast Empyrean. It seems that Vast Empyrean still has a grudge against him. Eetianyan narrowed his eyes. If it were anyone else, they would have been deceived. Seeing that an upper-level heavenly venerate was recruiting disciples here, he immediately nodded. How could he possibly refuse? I will transfer the martial art to you now. Remember to relax. Killing God Heavenly Venerate reminded Eetianyan again as he was about to enter the cave. This was a very serious matter, and he couldn't afford to be careless. If he was careless, not only would his soul be severely injured, but his body would also be damaged. Immediately, Killing God's red light flashed, and he rapidly drilled towards Eetianyan. An incomparably powerful soul aura poured into his body. As Killing God's soul rushed in, Eetianyan immediately released his own soul force to the maximum, turning it into the strongest force he could muster. Bang! Empyrean Killing God's red light flickered, and then he rapidly drilled towards Eetianyan. An incomparably powerful soul aura poured into his body. Bang! A deafening sound exploded in his head. Two great souls collided together. How could they not explode? Under this violent impact, accompanied by a scream, God Killer Heavenly Venerate flew out of Eetianyan's body, constantly screaming in pain. The red light drifted around, especially the soul, directly collapsed, and suddenly shrank a lot. After flying out, he quickly returned to his body. Immediately he clutched his head and roared, I will kill you! The venerable spirit was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that Eetianyan would do such a thing. It was simply a suicidal move, especially a Lord of Heaven who wanted to clash with the Empyrean soul. This was simply courting death. But Eetianyan didn't want to die, so he quickly jumped out of the coffin and disappeared from the place he was standing. However, just sticking to the thick wall wasn't enough to escape this area. Sure enough, I can't escape. Eetianyan's eyes narrowed. Whether it was entering the void or teleporting, he couldn't leave this damned place. There were many seals placed here. Even a powerful upper-level Empyrean wouldn't be able to easily escape. Killing God must have done this in order to shield himself from vast Empyrean's detection and hide here. However, he hadn't expected that he wouldn't be able to escape. He had thought that he wouldn't be able to escape. It was a pity that he hadn't destroyed this soul in one move. Otherwise, he would have directly killed Killing God. That would have been a huge gain. How could killing Empyrean not be a huge gain? It was just that this soul was too strong. He simply couldn't break it easily. Even if the soul was very fragile when it left its body, it was still an Empyrean-level soul. After being struck, it suffered a lot of damage, but it still hadn't been destroyed. Still want to escape. Killing God stretched out his hand, and the power of a middle-level Empyrean immediately locked onto the space around Tianyan. At this time, Tianyan felt his body freeze. He couldn't shift or move at all. A terrifying power immediately appeared. The gap between the two of them was just too great, compared to the evil spirit region, Lord, and the others. He was many times stronger. He was simply on the level of being crushed. No, I can't move. Tianyan felt that his current power was actually so fragile. In fact, through the appraisal eye, he could already see that heavenly Killing God's combat power had already reached an extremely terrifying level. Previously, when the evil spirit region, Lord, didn't erupt, he already had 330 million star power points. As for heavenly Killing God, he had already reached 800 million star power points. This was even under the situation where his soul had been destroyed. Just now, he had even ruthlessly attacked him, causing his star power to drop from more than 1 billion points to 800 million points. This was equivalent to directly demoting the evil spirit region lord. What a terrifying existence! Now that he had 800 million star power points, with just a slight suppression, the void and the like would be completely locked down. Should I upgrade instant teleportation or upgrade my void bloodline? He had to choose between these two abilities so that he could escape. Chapter 13:22. Tianyan didn't choose to upgrade his instant teleportation, nor did he choose to upgrade his void bloodline. Instead, he chose to upgrade his cultivation. Ding! Beginning upgrade of God, Lord cultivation. Progress at 1% to break through from Lord of Heaven to God, Lord cultivation. 1 needed to cross tribulation. After the notification of upgrading, a terrifying tribulation descended from the sky, quickly enveloping the area. At this time, it was like Tianyan had an extra layer of protection, immediately isolating the power that sealed him. Empyrean Killer God was very strong, but in the face of a terrifying tribulation, he had to retreat. Heavenly tribulation was the power of the heavens. According to ranks, the power of an Empyrean was stronger than the power of the heavens. But the power of tribulation was different. Even if it was the power of the heavens, it could still erupt with amazing power. Even Empyrean Killer God had to retreat. He actually chose this time to break through. Empyrean Killer God quickly retreated. He didn't want to bear the power of tribulation. If that happened, his soul would be injured. He was already injured, and now he had to bear this power. It was undoubtedly even more uncomfortable. The surrounding spirits quickly retreated far away. If they angered the tribulation, the power that erupted would multiply. This represented that the heavens could not be violated. Even an Empyrean could be beaten back and even killed. It had to be said that although tribulation was dangerous, it could be used to save one's life at times. However, being grateful to tribulation was useless. It meant that if the heavens wanted to take one's life, no one could snatch it away. If Tianyan couldn't cross the tribulation successfully, then he was dead for sure. To say, thank the heavens was the same as thanking an assassin. Sure enough, the power of tribulation is the greatest. Tianyan was very satisfied with this. He could immediately isolate the power of the seal, giving him extra time to catch his breath. He looked up at Empyrean Killer God and sneered. What? You're not going to continue attacking? Didn't you want to kill me just now? Come on. Empyrean killer god's eyes turned cold as he said angrily, "When you finish crossing the tribulation, I hope you can still be so arrogant." He didn't dare barge in. Once he was attacked, he would be the same. After Tianyin successfully transcends the heavenly tribulation, there'll be no protective shield left, and they can do whatever they want to Tianyin. Seeing Tianyin being so arrogant, he was about to explode. A dignified Empyrean was actually provoked by a little fellow, and his soul was even heavily injured. It was simply inconceivable. Logically speaking, Tianyin's soul should also be in a more serious condition, but who would have thought that nothing would happen to him? It wasn't that Tianyin's soul was stronger than the god-killing heavenly venerate, but he didn't just use soul shock, he used a mixture of various forces to attack the god-killing heavenly venerate. "I'm so arrogant. Come and attack me now if you dare," Tianyin said as he patted his chest, signaling God-Slayer heavenly venerate to attack him. Empyrean killer god immediately blew up. Without hesitation, he ruthlessly threw out a beam of infernal energy at Tianyin. It instantly arrived in front of Tianyin. Tianyin immediately summoned his strength to resist. With a loud bang, he was sent flying back, but he didn't suffer any injuries. It seemed like there was no problem at all. Just the heavenly tribulation had already helped him resist more than half of the power. Is this heavenly tribulation that good? Tianyin was startled. According to normal circumstances, heavenly tribulation wouldn't care about this. But now it was helping to resist. This meant that it didn't want to see Tianyin killed by others. It was the same as its prestige being destroyed. At the same time, the heavenly tribulation suddenly flashed with a giant bolt of lightning, ruthlessly attacking Empyrean killer god. With a loud bang, Empyrean killer god was sent flying away. This strength was comparable to the strength of an upper Empyrean. Empyrean killer god flew back a long distance before barely managing to stop. At this time, the armor on his body had already been torn apart. Just this move alone was enough to shatter it. It had to be said that this heavenly tribulation's counterattack was far too powerful. No wonder Empyrean killer god didn't dare to act recklessly. If this continued, he would be finished. "You bastard!" Empyrean killer god clenched his teeth, rapidly recovering from his injuries. He thought that he would be able to find a perfect mortal body, but who knew that he would find a disaster instead? "Master, are you all right?" The spirit quickly flew over, but was sent flying away by Empyrean killer god's palm. "Fuck off, it's all because of you. You brought back a disaster for me. Even my soul has been damaged." Empyrean killer god was enraged. He wanted to dismember Tianyin into 8 pieces, throwing all thoughts of possessing his body to the side. "I'm sorry, master." The spirit flew back and knelt on the ground. No matter how he was abused, he still believed in Empyrean killer god and didn't dare disobey the slightest order. Empyrean killer god ignored his apology. If he wanted to quell his anger, then he could only kill Tianyin. "Just you wait. Once the heavenly tribulation is over, I want to see just what abilities you have." Empyrean killer god felt extremely wronged. But now he could only choose to accept it, otherwise he would die. "You good for nothing. If you have the ability, then keep attacking." "Coward! Trash! Disgusting pervert! Didn't anyone tell you that the armor on your body is ugly? Who attacked your wounds? How refreshing!" Tianyin shouted from the side. At the same time, he constantly resisted the tribulation thunder. To him, all of this was meaningless. It didn't hurt or itch at all. Although the power of the tribulation was greatly increased, he had so many bloodline strengths, and he also had a powerful set of armor. This heavenly tribulation simply couldn't hurt him. After all, no matter how heaven-defying a heavenly tribulation was, it was calculated according to the peak level of the Lord of Heaven. At most, it would be several times stronger than an ordinary Lord of Heaven, perhaps even a dozen times stronger. But looking at Tianyin's current state, it was nothing more than an itch. Yu, Empyrean killer god, was about to explode from anger. He had never cursed like this before. His dignity as a superior was completely gone, and he couldn't even fight back. Master, control him later and then torture him ruthlessly. When that time comes, you can still possess him, the honored spirit calmly persuaded. Okay, let's control him first. Empyrean killer god felt that he couldn't hold on any longer. He had to quickly possess someone else. If he didn't change his body, it would be very dangerous. On the other side, Tianyin was very calm as he constantly withstood the attacks of the heavenly tribulation. Take advantage of this opportunity to cultivate a thunder core. He recalled that this terrifying tribulation thunder was the power of thunder, wasn't it? As long as he absorbed it, wouldn't he be able to successfully condense it? Even if he condensed a thunder core, he could still coexist peacefully. There wouldn't be any problems. Then he calmly sat down to cultivate, absorbing the tribulation thunder. Every time he absorbed, the thunder core in his body would expand. Chapter 13:23. This fellow thinks he's fine just because he's hiding under the heavenly tribulation. He still dares to cultivate? So what if he absorbs more power of thunder? He's not even a divine lord. Empyrean Godslayer looked hatefully at Tianyin. He waited by the side, wishing he could help break the heavenly tribulation and then capture Tianyin. He would torture him in all aspects and then possess him. If he did that, the failure rate would greatly increase. It would probably drop from the original 30% to 10%. Possession was extremely difficult to begin with, and it was very difficult to succeed. A 30% success rate was already quite good. Furthermore, this was only possible under the condition that they were cooperating with each other. If the other party felt even the slightest bit of rejection, it would easily cause the success rate to drop. Even if they signed a slave contract, there would still be rejection. The slave contract only required one not to resist physically, but it did not mean that one would not resist mentally, so it would still fail. As for the disciples he taught, they could complete the possession. But not everyone was willing to sacrifice themselves. The key was that there weren't many qualified cultivators. If one wanted to meet the requirements, they needed to pass through layers of screening. The following stages were the same. They needed to break through layers of trials to meet the requirements. One's physique and talent were indispensable. Otherwise, there was no way to accommodate Empyrean Godslayer's soul. If one's physique was too weak, their body would explode as soon as they entered. How could they possess him? Their talent couldn't be too weak. If they possessed someone with poor talent, they wouldn't be able to make use of it, causing their cultivation speed to stagnate. Thus, bloodline was very important. The stronger the bloodline, the more amazing the talent. Tianyun's human bloodline was very poor, but he was very satisfied with his overall performance. So he chose to possess him. Now that everything was ruined, he could only watch from the side, unable to do anything. But he believed that as long as Tianyun succeeded in transcending the tribulation, it would be time for him to suppress him. At that time, he would torture him ruthlessly. Even if the success rate was terrifyingly low, he could at least give it a try. If he failed, he wouldn't lose anything. On the contrary, Tianyun's body would either explode or his soul would directly shatter. Just as he was holding this thought, he stood by the side. Tianyun continued to absorb the power of lightning, madly strengthening the lightning core in his body. Following that, it rapidly became a large planet. Previously, it had already been strengthened significantly. Now that it absorbed the tribulation lightning, it absorbed it even faster. If this continued, when the heavenly tribulation ended, he would definitely be able to condense a thunder planet. At that time, he would be able to obtain 4 planets. He wondered if the next condition for his breakthrough would require 4 planets. If that was really the case, then the threshold for breaking through to the Empyrean Master Stage would be gone. All he needed to do was crazily accumulate experience points. As long as he had enough experience, he could easily break through to become an Empyrean. Just thinking about this made him a little excited. He had reached the Empyrean level so easily. How could he not be excited? As time passed, Eteonian continued to strengthen the landmine planet. Its progress was also increasing rapidly. It had already reached 70%. Not even the crazy tribulation lightning in the sky could cause the slightest bit of damage to the seal. From this, it could be seen how sturdy the sealing formation was. The main reason was that this tribulation thunder followed Eteonian's cultivation as the Lord of Heaven. If it had the same might as it had sent Empyrean Godslayer flying, then this place would have long since exploded. It's almost over. Empyrean Godslayer looked at the tribulation cloud above his head. He could feel that the heavenly tribulation was about to end. In fact, it was just a short while away. At that time, Eteonian would not be able to make a comeback, no matter what. He did not believe that Eteonian would have any chance to make a comeback or that there would be some heavenly tribulation to help him resist. The moment he became a divine lord would be the time when Eteonian would be suppressed. Finally, the progress reached 99%. The thunder planet in Eteonian's body had basically taken shape. Thick lightning surged back and forth inside. Its effect was no less than that of the fantasy gold planet. It could be said that it was already equivalent to a rank 4 core. This was tribulation thunder, so its power was naturally extraordinary. It was extremely rare to be able to absorb tribulation thunder and use it as energy to fill up the thunder core. Is the breakthrough successful? Eteonian slowly opened his eyes. Divine lightning surged in his pupils. He was ready to officially break through to become a divine lord. Kaboom! As the last tribulation thunder smashed down and fell on Eteonian's body, the heavenly tribulation was finally over. Eteonian's body was filled with thunder and lightning, and the thunder planet inside his body expanded once again, becoming a real huge planet, far bigger than the other 3 planets. Rumble! At this time, the tribulation cloud made a sound like a voice of unwillingness and began to drift around. It did not take Eteonian's life, so naturally it felt a bit unwilling. Ding! Congratulations to player Eteonian for successfully breaking through to Divine Lord Level 1. A clear and melodious voice rang out. He had successfully broken through to the God Monarch Level 1, reaching a whole new realm. Finally, after a lot of twists and turns, he successfully broke through to Divine Lord Level 1. Successfully completed special leveling task, breakthrough to new realm. After condensing the 3rd planet, obtained 1000 compression crazy point and 500 compression proficiency. Also obtained the title Supreme Divine Lord. Supreme Divine Lord, invincible under Divine Lord Level 1. In the face of a Divine Lord Level 1, combat power increased by 30 times, absolute suppression in terms of realm, can weaken the opponent's power up to 1000%. In the face of Heavenly Lord Level 1, can resist the suppression of Heavenly Lord power, the effect is halved. The title of Supreme Divine Lord did not disappoint him. With only Divine Lord Level 1, he is already completely invincible under Divine Lord Level 1. This means that as long as he faces a Divine Lord, he can be an invincible existence. No matter what kind of genius, as long as they are Divine Lord Level 1, they can be crushed by him. Ding! Successfully accepted the special leveling up mission, breakthrough to a higher realm. After condensing the 5th planet, obtained 10,000 compression crazy point and 5,000 compression proficiency. Also obtained the title Super Heavenly Lord. Can directly break through to Heavenly Lord without completing, but there is no reward. Once again, a new special leveling task popped up. When he saw that it required 5 planets, he was completely speechless. He thought that 4 planets would be enough, but now it seems that he was too naive and needed 5 planets. Fortunately, he only needed to condense 1 more, and he would be considered to have reached the standard. He has just broken through to Divine Lord Level 1, and there is still a lot of experience before he can reach Heavenly Lord level. Chapter 1324. After successfully breaking through, it means that Tianyin will lose the protection of heavenly tribulation. Without the protection of heavenly tribulation, Tianyin's defense will plummet, and he won't be as arrogant as before. Finally past heavenly tribulation, die for me. Death, God, heavenly venerates, eyes were cold. Finally giving him this opportunity, he never felt that time will be so long. After waiting for so long, he can finally attack Tianyin's really a long time. He stretched out his hand, and the void around Tianyin was immediately locked. Just like before, Tianyin felt that he was imprisoned, whether it is teleportation or teleportation divine stone. They have lost their effect. He was firmly locked by this powerful force. He can't escape at all. Even if he broke through to divine monarch in front of a middle-level heavenly venerate, he is still an ant. Even a lower Empyrean was nothing more than an ant in his eyes. Every step he took was like stepping into the heavens. The disparity between them was astonishing. After being locked, Tianyin did not panic. He still stared at Death, God, Heavenly Venerate as if he is looking at a fool. You're quite calm. I just don't know if you'll be able to maintain your composure later. Death, God, Heavenly Venerate sneered, just when he was about to drag Tianyin over. Tianyin began to erupt with amazing power. Upgrade, crazy mode. Ding, deducting 100 compressed crazy point. Successfully upgraded crazy mode. The effect is increased to 128 times. Among them, the effect of crazy point is increased by 10 times. The effect of sin point is increased by 10 times. The effect of taking medicinal pills is increased by 10 times, etc. Every minute consumes 10 compressed crazy point. The next level is 1,000 compressed crazy point. He had leveled up his cultivation just for this moment. If he wants to upgrade crazy mode, he needs to be a divine monarch. If he doesn't reach divine monarch cultivation, he can't upgrade. 100 compressed crazy point is not much for him now. If it was before, it is equivalent to 10 billion crazy point. It would be absolutely terrifying. But now he can afford it. At least he won't be as poor as before. But for this divine skill, the real difficulty is not the number of crazy points, but the cultivation level. If he wanted to upgrade this thing, he couldn't do it unless his cultivation reached a certain level. It firmly restricted him. This is the main reason. If there is no limit, even if it is 1,000 crazy points, it can still be earned. When the time came, according to the algorithm, it would be 256 times the damage. Just thinking about it was scary. Being able to deal 128 times damage was already quite shocking. Use crazy damage mode. Activate crazy damage mode. After activating it, his damage instantly exploded and his combat power skyrocketed. 100 million points of star power, 200 million star power points, 300 million star power points, 800 million star power points, 3 billion star power points, 48 billion star power points. It exploded instantly and the damage reached 1. For billion, which was almost 5 billion star power points. His terrifying combat power had already reached a heaven-defying level. He had reached Divine Lord level 1, and his basic combat power was 10 million points of star power. With the addition of 128 times damage, it meant that he had reached 28 billion points of star power due to the superposition of other basic values. His combat power directly exploded to 48 billion star power. From a small Divine Lord level, it suddenly exploded to comparable to middle level Heavenly Master late stage. Of course, this is the effect of basic attributes. Middle level Heavenly Master is not so bad, but for him, at least he will not be in a state of being sealed. Open! Tianyin roared and stretched his hand to the side, and the seal that sealed him was immediately broken by him. This scene shocked them. How could there be such a terrifying power all of a sudden? After Tianyan broke out, without hesitation, he rushed in front of Heavenly Master Killer God. The Star Divine Spear instantly appeared in his hand. The divine rune on it immediately burst out, and the dazzling light illuminated the dark place. Die! Tianyan's eyes were like torches. He stabbed the spear at Heavenly Master Killer God. Almost all of his power was poured into this spear, aiming at Heavenly Master Killer God's head. The power suddenly burst out to the extreme. Heavenly Master Killer God quickly reacted and quickly waved his palm. The aura of a middle-level Heavenly Master erupted, and his combat power soared. In an instant, it rushed to the level of 1. 5 billion star power, and it can continue to rise. A middle-level Heavenly Master does not only have 1 billion star power, there is still a lot of power that has not been displayed, and if it really erupts, it cannot be stopped without a few billion. If you really think that it is only a little bit, then you are too naive. Even a lower-level Heavenly Master, without more than 1 billion star power, cannot stop it. Boom! Divine spear against palm. The two collided violently. The dazzling white light and blood-red light formed a collision. The terrifying energy was compressed to the extreme, and finally there was a violent explosion. The two were sent flying, and the venerable spirit on the side was sent flying. Still too slow. Tianyan stabilized his body. He did erupt with a strong power, but compared to Heavenly Master Killer God, he is still too weak. If Heavenly Masters can be crushed so easily, they would not be Heavenly Masters. What a strong power! What is going on? Heavenly Master Killer God was shocked to the extreme. He originally thought that he could knead Tianyan as he pleased, but now Tianyan almost killed him. If not for the fact that his foundation is not weak, if his cultivation is a little weaker, then he would have died just now. He clearly felt that he is a divine lord, but the power that erupts out is even inferior to a lower-level Heavenly Master. If not for the fact that he saw Tianyan transcend the tribulation, he really thought that Tianyan is a very strong Heavenly Master. But this made him feel extremely puzzled. What kind of situation can cause the power to erupt to such a degree? While he was shocked, Tianyan did not stop for a moment. He had already rushed over with the Star Divine Spear, turning into a beam of light that swept over. Tianyan will not give him the slightest chance to catch his breath. When Heavenly Master Killer God comes to his senses, his advantage will be reduced. Even if you become stronger, don't be arrogant in front of me. Heavenly Master Killer God was enraged. With a wave of his hand, the power of the Killer God surged towards him, turning into a blood-red blade in his hand. He aimed at Tianyan and slashed down. Red light split the heavens and earth. Tianyan also aimed his Star Divine Spear at the same time, and the two attacks bombarded each other again, followed by an extreme explosion in the space. Tianyan was sent flying, but Heavenly Master Killer God did not retreat at all. The difference in power was obvious. Now that Heavenly Master Killer God's power has reached 8 billion star power, far surpassing Tianyan's 5 billion star power, he can naturally repel it. Sure enough, there is still a gap. Chapter 13:25. In the battle between the two sides, Tianyan is at a disadvantage. If this continues, he will basically lose. Although combat power wasn't the only deciding factor, it was definitely the most important data. If the difference was too great, the result would be instant death. Any divine skills would be useless. They could only stand aside. Tianyan knew where the problem lay. Hence, he could only take advantage of the enemy's unpreparedness and attack furiously. However, Heavenly Venerable Killer God was indeed an experienced Taoist. Under such explosive power, he was still blocked. You want to kill me with this strength? Heavenly Venerable Killer God's eyes were filled with excitement. I don't know how you have such powerful strength. This will make me even more excited. After I capture you, I will study how you manage to erupt with such power. He flicked his finger and said coldly, Venerable Spirit, attack! Yes, master. The venerable spirit that was sent flying didn't attack Tianyan. Instead, it formed hand seals in the sky and activated the array around it. After it was activated, the power of the array was released one by one, forming a sealing array. It quickly sealed the area so that Tianyan wouldn't have any chance to escape. More importantly, when the array enveloped him, Tianyan felt his power being suppressed. The main effect of the array was to suppress the power of intruders. Under the crazy suppression, Tianyan's power was weakened. From 5 billion star power, it dropped to 2 billion. This was simply a saber strike that had shaved away so much of his strength. Logically speaking, his title should be able to weaken it, but that was only against heavenly venerables. There was no way to control the power of the array. Seal. The venerable spirit wasn't just that. It formed hand seals quickly and surrounded Tianyan, trying to trap him inside. Tianyan can feel that there are several walls surrounding him, and he can't escape. This feeling was the same as before. He couldn't escape easily. From the looks of it, they clearly wanted to capture him alive so that they could do research on him. They wanted to see how his power was unleashed. You want to seal me? Too naive. Tianyan's figure flickered, and he vanished from where he stood. As they were still in a daze, a sense of crisis spread out from behind Empyrean Death God. A ruthless strike pierced towards them. Boundless God art nothingness. The starry divine spear in his hand disappeared, but didn't really disappear. Instead, wherever it attacked, it would turn into nothingness and devour everything. Empyrean Death God subconsciously moved to block. The power of the Death God enveloped him, colliding with Tianyan's attack. Because it was too sudden, Empyrean Death God was struck. The power of nothingness flowed through his arm and into his body, sending him flying backwards. Humph! With a stuffy cough, much of Empyrean Death God's armor collapsed. In particular, a small part of his body was missing, and black blood flowed out from the wound. Suddenly, with a miserable scream, Empyrean Death God was sent flying backwards. He rolled on the ground, clutching his head as if he had been struck by some sort of soul attack. Strange. I clearly hit his body, so how can his soul be severely injured? Tianyan could see that Empyrean Death God's soul had been severely eroded. It was impossible for his body to have such a reaction. With their cultivation, let alone being injured, even losing an arm or a leg would be meaningless. They wouldn't even frown, much less cry out in pain. To have such an effect, it must be a soul injury. But he could feel that his attack had been intercepted outside. It shouldn't have been able to injure Empyrean Death God's soul. You actually used Empyrean Vast God's martial arts. You were sent by him. Empyrean Death God barely managed to crawl up. His entire body seemed to collapse and his combat strength plummeted. With his soul injured, no matter how powerful his strength was, he couldn't display it. This was like having a powerful weapon. If you couldn't wield it, then it was meaningless. Now that his soul was injured, his originally domineering combat strength suddenly fell to 2 billion star forces, much lower than Tianyan's. No wonder he was injured. It turns out that Empyrean Vast God's attack mark is still on his soul. Tianyan's eyes lit up. What he used was Empyrean Vast God's technique, which also contained Empyrean Vast God's Empyrean power. This was equivalent to activating the attack mark and spreading its effects. Under this effect, it was the same as Empyrean Death God being struck by Empyrean Vast God, causing his soul to collapse once more. He didn't reply at all. His figure flashed, and he rushed towards Empyrean Death God. Take advantage of his weakness. If he didn't grasp this opportunity, then it would be too late once Empyrean Death God reacted. Die. Empyrean Vast God's ultimate technique was displayed once more. Waves of nothingness swept out, enveloping Empyrean Death God. Hurry, and stop him. Empyrean Death God shouted as he hurriedly retreated. He wasn't afraid of Eteonion. Even if there were two Eteonion, he wouldn't be afraid. What he was afraid of was Eteonion activating the attack mark in his head. If it truly erupted, then Eteonion would be nothing more than trash. But in the face of Empyrean, vast God's ultimate technique, he was nothing more than trash. A spirit quickly intercepted, wanting to stop Eteonion here. "Get the hell out of my way!" Eteonion roared. The star god's spear in his hand swept out, sweeping away the spirit that rushed towards him. Against this wild and violent strength, even a spirit would have to step aside. No matter what, a spirit was only at the lower Empyrean level. The strength that erupted from him right now was absolutely enough to crush a spirit. Under the sweep, the spirit was directly smashed to pieces. Of course, it wouldn't die, but it would quickly reform. But during this process, the spirit wouldn't be able to fight back. Eteonion took advantage of this opening to quickly rush in front of Empyrean Death God and continue to fiercely attack. Empyrean Death God could only brace himself to resist. But this time the result was different. Under the collision, Empyrean Death God was blasted away once again. He slammed his spear into the wall and was directly flattened. "Bastard, bastard, ah!" Empyrean Death God screamed. He felt that he was suppressed by a junior, and he really couldn't accept it. But this was reality. What he faced was Empyrean, vast God's power, causing him to be suppressed. He hid here in order to hide from Empyrean, vast God, who knew that a cultivator with Empyrean, vast God's power would suddenly appear, and he would even be chosen. His soul was injured, so he couldn't exert his previous strength and was in a passive state. "It looks like I can kill this Empyrean Death God." Chapter 13:26. Eteonion originally didn't have the slightest chance of winning. Even with the terrifying power of 128 times, he still couldn't surpass Empyrean Death God's strength. If he couldn't kill Empyrean Death God, then he could only choose to run away. Fortunately, he had succeeded, but this was only by borrowing the strength of Empyrean, vast Empyrean. Now, Eteonion crazily chased after him. He chased after him like a drowning dog, ruthlessly smashing down with every strike. He didn't wait for Empyrean Death God to catch his breath. Instead, he crazily attacked. He didn't need to be too powerful. He only needed to trigger the attack mark. Once it was triggered, the effects would immediately appear, torturing Empyrean Death God half to death. Were you sent by Empyrean, vast Empyrean?" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Eteonion didn't answer him. Instead, he fiercely attacked, every strike piercing into Empyrean Death God's flesh, smashing apart his body. That fellow Empyrean, vast Empyrean, how did he find this place? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Eteonion fiercely stabbed at Empyrean Death God, completely ignoring his words. He wanted to kill Empyrean Death God as quickly as possible in order to avoid any accidents. Finally, under the frenzied barrage of attacks, Empyrean Death God's situation became increasingly worse. Even though his recovery was amazing, he still couldn't resist Eteonion's attacks. As the attacks became more and more intense, Empyrean Death God became extremely weak. He seemed much weaker, with only a small part of his body remaining. It was a tragic sight to behold. "Your life force is quite tenacious. Die for me." Eteonion aimed at Empyrean Death God's head and stabbed down. No. Empyrean Death God saw that he could no longer avoid this attack. Finally, he could only let out a miserable scream. His head had been nailed to the ground by Eteonion's attack, and he could no longer escape. At the same time as he was struck, the attack mark in his head completely lit up. A vast strength burst out from his head, rapidly swallowing him up. "Empyrean, vast Empyrean, and you, both of you, will die a horrible death. My subordinates will exterminate you all." Empyrean Death God let out a final scream before turning to ashes. At this moment, the venerable spirit was condensed once more. By the time it wanted to intercept them, it was already too late. Once its master died, it would become an ownerless object. Normally, they would either have an independent form and be able to move around with their own intelligence, or they would be forcefully kept as treasures. As long as the other party's cultivation was slightly higher, he would definitely be forcefully acknowledged as his master. Successfully killed Godslayer, Heavenly Master. Reward 570. 000 EXP 5. 000 Crazy Point 5. 000 SBS. Obtained God-killing art, lower Heavenly Venerable level. God-killing armor. Heavenly Venerable spiritual treasure. God-killing pearl, Heavenly Venerable spiritual treasure. God-killing blood, extremely rare. Obtained additional reward for leapfrogging kills. You have successfully leveled up by 1 level and obtained the title of God of Slaughter's replacement. Ding! Congratulations to player Etianyan for successfully breaking through to God Monarch level 2. Killing God Substitute. When equipped with this title, the user can release a strong killing intent. When faced with killing intent suppression, the effect is halved. At the same time, he could control the treasures under the Death God throne, including its weapon spirit. Whether it was the experience of the explosion or the title, he was extremely shocked. Especially the EXP 570. 000 EXP means that his base value is at least 500 points. The rewards obtained from killing an Empyrean were seriously too shocking. Originally, he thought that EXP was difficult to obtain, but now he is going to make a lot of money. As for the title, it can save him a lot of trouble. He can immediately become the master of this place. It is equivalent to changing the master immediately. Master is dead. You actually killed Master. The venerable spirit was dumbfounded. In his opinion, his master was absolutely invincible, but he was killed. It made him feel shocked and angry. He was created by Godslayer, Heavenly Venerable. Naturally, his feelings for Godslayer, Heavenly Venerable. Now that his master was killed, of course he is angry. Immediately, he began to fully activate the Great Formation here. Even if he is not as strong as Etianyan, he can still severely injure him. Very loyal, but it is a pity that you met me. Etianyan equipped the title God of Slaughter's substitute, and suddenly felt a surge of killing intent in his body. But this killing intent can be controlled. It will not make him chaotic. He raised his hand and pointed at the charging, venerable spirit. Stop! The venerable spirit that was about to attack really stopped, unable to move at all. Now that he is the master of this place, he can naturally control this venerable spirit at will. To be able to control an artifact spirit that is comparable to a lower heavenly venerable means that he has an extremely strong fighter. How can this be? How can you control me? The venerable spirit is shocked. He realized that he can't move. It has a sense of absolute obedience to Etianyan, just like how it was with Godslayer, Heavenly Venerable. You don't need to know that. Etianyan waved his hand and said indifferently, Tell me everything that happened. What are you doing? Master, we're doing... Then the venerable spirit roughly told him what happened. The overall content is more or less the same as what he guessed. It wants to possess a body. Possessing a good body, in addition to escaping from the suppression of the boundless Heavenly Venerable, was also to change to a better body to cultivate. The power of the Godslayer, Heavenly Venerable, is harder to control, so using the more overbearing power of the Golden Mirage has a suppressive effect. For this, the Godslayer, Heavenly Venerable even specially made this divine pagoda to attract the surrounding cultivators to be his chosen body. Of course, not everyone who was chosen could be listed as a body to be possessed. Some can become disciples. After all, he also needs more experts by his side to do things for him. A few of the 10 god generals have died, so he naturally needs to replenish them. Who knew that he would meet a malefic existence like Etianyan, who directly killed him? Etianyan also didn't expect to be able to kill a Heavenly Venerable. He originally wanted to escape, but was coincidentally attacked by the boundless Heavenly Venerable, so he took advantage of it. As for the hatred between the two of them, it was actually very simple. The boundless Heavenly Venerable couldn't stand the way God-slayer Heavenly Venerable did things, so he kept on killing and invading. Thus, after fighting with him, the one who finally lost was undoubtedly God-slayer Heavenly Venerable, but the boundless Heavenly Venerable was also injured. But from the looks of it, God-slayer Heavenly Venerable's injuries were more serious, which was enough to show how powerful the boundless Heavenly Venerable was. Chapter 13:27. While Tianyin was taking inventory of his harvest, in other areas there were several powerhouses crazily plundering the cultivators here. They directly captured them in batches and killed those who resisted. "Your Excellency, what did we do wrong? Why do you want to kill us?" "Your Excellency, please let us go. We have nothing. Whatever we want is already placed here." "Your Excellency," the residents here begged for mercy one by one, but the other party showed no mercy at all. They grabbed a group of people and swept them into the living ring. Either that or they slaughtered them crazily, not leaving a single one alive. If one observed carefully, those they killed were some old, weak, sick, and disabled people. They showed no mercy when killing. "Who said there's nothing? We want your people." These cultivators' faces were filled with killing intent. Their bodies were filled with killing intent. They came here to capture people crazily. As long as they had decent talent, they would quickly capture them. What they wanted was people, not the resources of this place. This place belonged to the ordinary mixed divine realm. The average cultivation was relatively low and resources were even more scarce. On the other hand, plundering resources was a loss-making business, a waste of time. These marauders all had late-stage divine Lord cultivation. Each one was very domineering and overbearing. If it wasn't an Empyrean spirit treasure, they wouldn't take a fancy at all. As they were frantically snatching people, a consciousness suddenly surged into their minds. Immediately all of them stopped. "Dead? My lord is dead?" They were all stunned. The cultivators who were captured in front all looked at them blankly. Some took advantage of their stunned state to quickly flee to the side. "Who the hell is it? Who the hell killed our my lord?" "Ah!" The three people here screamed. The blood-red broadswords in their hands slashed forward wildly. Countless red lights were released in all directions. Everywhere they passed was sliced into a bloody mist. Screams lingered in the ears. In a short period of time, there wasn't a single cultivator in the surroundings. Whether it was those they didn't want to capture or those they wanted to capture, they were all killed here. He had given up on all his previous goals. After the frenzied slaughter, they quickly calmed down. "Let's hurry back and see who killed our my lord." Could it be Empyrean Vast Expanse? Wasn't the vast Empyrean injured as well? Furthermore, my lord had taken so many concealment measures. How could he have been discovered? Let's talk after we return. No matter who it is, we must avenge our lord. This group of people were the god generals under Empyrean God Killer. Each and every one of them was extremely powerful. Some of them had even cultivated to the late-stage god monarch level and were preparing to step into the Empyrean level. They were here to catch some talented ones and throw them into the 10,000 gods pagoda to train so that they would have a suitable physique for possession. Who would have thought that while they were trying to capture it, their lord would die? This infuriated them, and they quickly flew towards the 10,000 deities pagoda, not wanting to stay here for even a second longer. They could immediately sense Empyrean Death God's death. The main reason was that Empyrean Death God had made them sign a slave oath. Empyrean Death God didn't believe anyone but himself. Thus, even his divine generals had to make slave oaths in order to be trusted. Under this oath, after Empyrean Death God died, they would immediately sense that their master had died and they would be free. Fortunately, they did not sign a life and death oath. Otherwise, after Empyrean Death God died, they would also die. However, Empyrean Death God wouldn't be so heartless. After all, he was still very concerned about the subordinates he taught. As long as he had the ability, he would vigorously take care of them. The slave oath was only a bridge to build trust. Without this bridge, he wouldn't trust anyone. After all, anyone could betray him. Everyone's heart was hard to fathom. Even an upper Empyrean couldn't fathom a person's heart. One moment, someone might be loyal and devoted to someone, and the next moment, they might stab you in the back. This sort of thing wasn't uncommon. At the same time, Tianyin was taking stock of the various large spaces here to see how many cultivators there were. After a careful count, he discovered that there were several hundred cultivators with decent talent here, undergoing all kinds of trials. Among them, there were more than a dozen half-step Empyreans. One had to say that the god realm was vast, and there were countless powerhouses. It was just that despite their hard work, the final result might be possession. One had to say that it was really sad. This feeling was like after working hard for a long time and finally succeeding. The fruit of success was snatched away just like that. Erase all your previous memories of Empyrean death god and serve me loyally. Tianyin looked at the venerated spirit beside him and ordered. Yes, master. The venerated spirit was a little resistant, but it couldn't resist now. It could only completely erase the previous memories of Empyrean death god. It was very easy for it to erase memories. Even Tianyin could do it easily. Cultivators had cultivated for many years and encountered many things. There were many miscellaneous memories that didn't need to be remembered. Therefore, it would erase them by itself, leaving behind the memories that it needed the most to perfect its cultivation. After erasing its memories, the venerated spirit's gaze towards Tianyin became extremely respectful. It really didn't remember anything. Tianyin was its true master. Very good. Now, help me throw everyone out of this 10,000 divine pagoda, Tianyin ordered. Yes, master. Immediately, the venerated spirit chased all the cultivators out, including Regent Master Glaze. There were no exceptions. All of them were in the midst of the trial, and some were even on the verge of death. Just as their hearts were filled with despair, they suddenly felt weightless. In the next moment, they disappeared from where they were, and were all teleported out of the 10,000 divine pagoda, including the cultivators on the first and second levels. Everyone was teleported out. What's going on? I was in the trial just now. Why am I out? Me too. I was so close to passing the trial. Why did I suddenly come out? What a scam. I almost got the treasure. They wanted to cry, but no tears came out. They either almost passed or almost got the treasure. At the same time, there were people who were extremely grateful. They almost died in there. Now that they were teleported out, it was equivalent to their lives being saved. How could they not be happy? What's going on? I was teleported out? Regent Master Glaze was equally confused. She didn't know why this happened. At the same time, she turned her head to look for Tianyin. However, she couldn't find any trace of Tianyin among the people around her. Just when she thought that something had happened to Tianyin appeared beside her. That's great. I thought you didn't come out. Regent Master Glaze saw Tianyin and hurriedly flew over to ask. What's going on? How did I get teleported out all of a sudden? Tianyin was confused. Chapter 1328. Tianyin was not moved out, but chose to come out on his own. With the help of the spirit, he was naturally able to come out easily. Like the other cultivators, he would be moved out so that he could become a victim. That's right. We were all teleported out for no reason at all. I almost passed the trial. At that time, I would have succeeded earlier than you. Glaze Regent Master felt that it was a pity. She felt that she almost surpassed Tianyin, but it ended in a tie. Now that she was driven out, it could only be considered a draw. Sister Luli's talent is much better than mine. If I give you more time, you will definitely surpass me. Tianyin said with a smile, but he didn't say anything. He didn't want to talk about it. If Glaze Regent Master had arrived first, then the result would have been either possession or death. Fortunately, Glaze Region Master didn't arrive before him. Otherwise the result would not have been like this. As everyone was talking, the huge statue suddenly moved and stood up. The rumbling sound left the surrounding cultivators dumbfounded. They didn't know what was happening. They saw that after this huge statue stood up, it turned around and flew towards the area in front. With every step it took, it was thousands of miles away from them. This statue was too huge. In fact, it was equivalent to a spirit ship that could quickly fly away from here. This situation wasn't strange. The palaces of powerhouses and the like had already been made into mobile spirit ships. This way, they could leave at any time and wouldn't have to stay here forever. In just a moment, this huge statue disappeared from everyone's sight. They couldn't catch up even if they wanted to. This was an Empyrean spirit treasure. With their ability, how could they possibly catch up? Therefore, it disappeared all of a sudden, disappearing without a trace. Seeing that such a cultivation, holy land was gone, everyone sighed and felt that it was quite a pity. It wasn't easy for them to find such a good holy land, but now it was gone. How could they not feel that it was a pity? While everyone was feeling that it was a pity, Tianyin sneered in his heart. If they continued to advance, the only outcome that awaited them would be death. They had been cultivating non-stop, but in the end it was all for naught. Fortunately, Tianyin had helped to resolve the situation. Otherwise, who knew how long it would take for this place to end? Perhaps it would only end after Empyrean Godslayer succeeded in his possession. However, if one wanted to possess a perfect body, it would take a very long time. It was not that easy to obtain. Even if it was Tianyin's body, it was only because of the overall situation. As for whether or not it could be possessed, it would only be known when the process began. If he failed, he would have to start all over again and wait for a new cultivator to come. The most ideal condition was naturally to cultivate the power of illusory gold, as well as to meet the requirements of all major abilities. Due to the strict requirements, no one had ever succeeded. The failure rate was too high. It's a pity that I won't be able to come here to cultivate in the future. I thought I could become a direct disciple. Region Master Glaze shook her head. She was still a small step away from becoming an Empyrean, but this small step had been stuck in her path and she couldn't break through. This made her feel very distressed. Perhaps this senior just happened to find a personal disciple that meets his requirements and left immediately? Tianyin explained with a smile. It's possible that someone beat us to it. Once the senior is satisfied, he should leave. Region Master Glaze felt that it was a pity, but the harvest this time was also not small. Let's go. There's no point in staying here. Tianyin nodded and flew away with the two of them. The rest of the cultivators left one after another. Some chose to stay here to see if the statue would return. Perhaps it was the powerful figure who was taking a walk. After making a round, he would continue to stay here. No matter what their choice was, at least Tianyin left with them. After they left for a while, 3 figures suddenly appeared in the void. When they saw that the place was empty, they were even more dumbfounded. What happened? Lord was killed, and even the 10,000 gods pagoda was taken away. They were all shocked. It was not easy to control the 10,000 gods pagoda. It would take at least a period of time to completely control it. After all, the artifact spirit was very loyal. Even if its master was dead, it would not be easily subdued. At least a period of suppression was needed before it could be subdued. In their opinion, even if the vast heavenly lord came personally, it would take a period of time to subdue it. Now that they had rushed back and spent less than a few days, the artifact spirit had already been subdued? This speed was simply too fast. It was inconceivable to them. Immediately after, they looked around and quickly saw a cultivator at the side. They rushed over and grabbed the cultivator and lifted him up. Lord, what's the matter? The cultivator who was lifted was shocked. He wanted to resist, but when he felt the strong killing intent and overbearing power of the other party, he did not dare to resist at all. If he resisted even a little, he would definitely die. especially when the other party's eyes were red. He looked like a lunatic. The rest of the cultivators nearby stood up in shock and looked over. Some hurriedly ran away, while others watched from the side. Perhaps he was here for revenge. If he had no grudge against them, why would he run? Tell me what happened here in detail. The leader was the sacrificial blood god general. His eyes were filled with killing intent, causing their hearts to tremble. Lord, we don't know what happened either. The cultivator was thrown out. We don't know what happened. Bang! This cultivator was thrown out and blasted into a bloody mist. He died immediately. You tell me, the sacrificial blood god general said coldly. I really don't know. I was just thrown out and then stayed here. Boom! This cultivator was blasted into a bloody mist again. Then he grabbed the next cultivator and interrogated, What about you? I felt that we were thrown out. Also, the huge statue has been running for a few days now. We ran away immediately after we were thrown out. There's no one suspicious. It seems like everyone was thrown out. It's probably because the senior is not choosing a direct disciple anymore. The cultivator said a few more words, revealing everything that he could say. That's quite detailed. Then you can die. The sacrificial blood god general killed the cultivator and swept his cold gaze across the surroundings. The surrounding cultivators ran away immediately. How would they dare to stay here any longer? Even after explaining in detail, they were still killed. This was simply a god of death who killed without batting an eye. However, none of them gave chase. The three of them stayed here and looked at each other. It seems like that guy has escaped. We can only continue to investigate. Chapter 13:29. Tianyan did not know that the god generals under Heavenly Killer God were searching everywhere, but he could imagine that the god generals under Heavenly Killer God would definitely search for it. After all, Heavenly Killer God was a heavenly venerable, and he had many experts following him. He also had many loyal subordinates. But what did this have to do with him? These god generals could not find him, and no one could find out that he was the culprit. With so many cultivators, what could they find? As for finding the statue, it was extremely difficult. It had to be said that this thing was equivalent to a middle-level, heavenly, venerable spiritual treasure. Not only could it become bigger, but it could also shrink. Because of this, he quickly shrunk the statue and flew towards the ordinary realm. They would only search in the divine territory, and probably would not think of going to Fanyu. If they really wanted to go to Fanyu, could they find it? From the beginning, it was impossible for them to find it. Unless Tianyan directly put it out for many cultivators to cultivate, they would not be able to find it. Soon, Region Lord Colored Glaze brought Tianyan back to the Heavenly Spring divine territory. Although he could not become a personal disciple, he still gained a lot. As soon as they returned, the Glazed Region Lord immediately called for a meeting of all the elders and gathered all the elders. The sudden summons made many elders puzzled, including Tianyan. Feels strange. Is it to talk about that special cultivation place? Tianyan guessed that it might be related to the 10,000 Divine Pagoda. After all, so many elders knew about the 10,000 Divine Pagoda, and they would go there to cultivate when they were free. I wonder why Region Lord Colored Glaze has called us here. Elder Go Huang and the others came to report. When they saw Tianyan standing beside Region Lord Colored Glaze, they felt a little strange. Region Lord Colored Glaze was often secretive, but Tianyan was with her, so he naturally felt strange. I mainly want to say two things here. The first is that the heavenly venerable cultivation place we went to previously has disappeared. Don't go there in the future, Region Lord Colored Glaze said. What? All of them were shocked. Many of them had planned to go there and cultivate for a period of time in the near future. For them, that was a place where they could break through to the Empyrean realm. How could it disappear just like that? Following that, the Colored Glaze Region Lord gave a general explanation of what had happened. She told him everything in detail without holding anything back. When they heard that even Yi Tianyin could fight with them, their expressions became strange. How could the Lord of Heaven reach such a high level? Even they couldn't go up easily, but Yi Tianyin could? That's the situation. That senior must have chosen a personal disciple, or felt that there were enough people, so he chose to leave. According to this situation, there is no way for him to continue cultivating. Glazed Region Lord felt that it was a pity, but that was the truth. The other elders all felt that it was a great pity. This was a great cultivation place that could strengthen oneself. How could it be gone just like that? As for the second thing, the Lord of Heaven of heavenly clouds has become the deputy region Lord of our heavenly spring, holy realm. If I am not here, listen to his orders. The colored glaze region Lord announced such a shocking news that even Yi Tianyin was a little surprised. He didn't expect that he would become a deputy region Lord. However, he quickly realized that his cultivation was low, but his overall strength was equal to that of the colored glaze region Lord. Under such circumstances, how could he not be a deputy region Lord? If his cultivation was high, he needed to be given a corresponding position. Otherwise, he would easily choose to leave. What? Such explosive news, however, stunned all the elders. No matter how they thought about it, they would never have thought that Yi Tianyin would become a deputy region Lord. And he was just a Lord of Heaven. Region Lord, this can't be done. His cultivation is just at the Lord of Heaven. If we let him become a deputy region Lord, we will not be convinced. Elder Go Huang hurriedly stood up and said, his position was high, but he still wasn't a deputy region Lord. His cultivation was still too low. His cultivation had to be close to that of the colored glaze region Lord in order to be qualified to be a deputy region Lord. Otherwise, the position would be left empty. Yes, this can't be done. If this gets out, the entire heavenly spring holy realm will be in chaos. All of them tried to persuade the colored glaze region Lord to take back her order. They couldn't be so reckless. The Lord of Heaven's cultivation? If I say that his overall strength is already comparable to mine, and some of his abilities are even stronger than mine, do you think it's appropriate for him to take this position? The colored glaze region Lord stared at them and said, the Lord of Heaven's cultivation is already comparable to a region Lord? They were dumbfounded. They couldn't imagine that Yi Tianyin had such strength. The Lord of Heaven had the power of a half-step heavenly venerable. Was this a joke? Region Lord, actually I have already broken through to the divine monarch realm. Yi Tianyin smiled modestly. After breaking through to the divine monarch realm, his ability to hide became stronger. Moreover, the colored glaze region Lord thought that he was still the Lord of Heaven, so she didn't probe too much. Who knew that he had broken through to the divine monarch realm? You've broken through to the divine monarch realm? The colored glaze region Lord was surprised. It seems that this training was not bad. It helped you break through to the divine monarch realm. Our heavenly spring holy realm will have another expert. The elders looked at each other. In the end, Elder Go Huang stood up and said, Region Lord, we still don't believe this. If he really has such strength, we are willing to let him be the deputy region Lord. If he doesn't, we won't be convinced. Is that so? How will you be convinced? The colored glaze region Lord wasn't surprised. If it were her, she would have the same thought. It's simple. He just needs to fight with me. As long as he can defeat me easily, we will admit it. Elder Go Huang said sternly, if he can tie with me or surpass me slightly, we won't be convinced. The colored glaze region Lord could easily crush them. If he couldn't do that, how could they be convinced? The colored glaze region Lord turned to look at Yi Tianyin and smiled. I almost forgot to ask, are you willing to be our deputy region Lord? That's exactly what I want. Yi Tianyin smiled and stood up. Since Elder Go Huang has said so, we will fight according to your rules. If I can't defeat him in one move, I will step down from the deputy region Lord position. Only one move could prove that his strength was domineering enough. Otherwise, it would be hard to convince the others. "All right," Elder Go Huang said in a low voice. "At first, I wanted to say within 3 moves. Since you are so confident, let's bet on 1 move." Chapter 1330. Yi Tianyan already knew that such a situation would occur. When Region Lord Colored Glaze mentioned that he wanted to be the Deputy Region Lord, he knew that he would face such a problem. Unless he had always been prestigious, it would be a matter of course. Otherwise, it would be like Yi Tianyan, who needed to prove his strength. Immediately, an area was set aside for the 2 of them to fight. The other elders were watching from the side. They didn't know Yi Tianyan's true strength, but they didn't know if he was as strong as Lu Li Domain Lord said. "Elder Go Huang, are you ready?" Yi Tianyan said in a deep voice. "I am ready. Come on." Elder Go Huang said as he released all the strength in his body to form an absolute defense on the surface of his body. Layer after layer of thick defense spread out. He didn't need to counterattack. All he needed to do was to defend. Therefore, he displayed his strongest defense. Layers of blue light appeared on the surface of his body. It was actually a thick wall of water. Most of the elders had water attribute physiques. Therefore, they displayed water attribute energy and believed in the power of the water god. After the explosion, a huge shadow appeared behind him. It was the water god, Elder Go Huang, who was at the peak of the 7th level of the divine monarch realm, displayed all of his strength. Powerful energy was released circle after circle, forming an impenetrable defense. Elder Go Huang's cultivation of the water god technique has improved again. From the looks of it, the power that he can unleash is already comparable to the defense of a high-grade Heavenly Way armor. Together with his own strength, I dare not say that he's invincible. Even the Glazed Region Lord wouldn't be able to destroy him so easily. Not bad. I didn't expect Elder Go Huang to improve so much. I haven't seen him for a while, and he has already cultivated to such a level. It seems that even Region Lord Colored Glaze wouldn't be able to break through it in 1 move. Sir God Tianyan is doomed. It would have been the most suitable if we followed the previous 3 moves. All along, the 3 moves have been exactly the right move, no more, no less. This kind of move could give him a way out, but who knew that Yi Tianyan would immediately accept it? This was a little too arrogant. The Region Lord of Glazed Region watched from the side, expressionless. She didn't think there was anything wrong with this. Yi Tianyan looked up and down at Elder Go Huang's defense and nodded repeatedly. His defense is indeed amazing. If it's used as an attack, the effect would be even more amazing. Elder Go Huang was indeed the strongest elder apart from the Glaze Region Lord. His standard was quite high. It seemed that he had broken through again. At his age, it was indeed rare and precious. Some people could not continue to break through in their entire lives. It was indeed very rare for him to be able to break through again. He didn't attack immediately. This wasn't a battle of life and death. If it was a battle of life and death, he definitely wouldn't let his opponent prepare for so long. He probably didn't even have time to gather his strength before he was instantly killed by him. Now he was waiting for Elder Go Huang to slowly prepare, and when he released all of it, he would ruthlessly attack and destroy it. Only then would he be able to achieve the best effect. "Now you can attack." Elder Go Huang frowned when he saw that Yi Tianyan wasn't in a hurry to attack. Even if he was so confident in himself, he didn't need to give him so long to prepare, right? "All right, then I will break your defense in 1 move." Yi Tianyan's eyes flickered. He didn't use any weapons. He just took a step forward and released the power of the Supreme God Lord title towards Elder Go Huang. Instantly, Elder Go Huang felt that he was being suppressed. His strength was reduced by more than half, and the defense around him was reduced by a lot. It was as if a thick wall had been ruthlessly beaten until only a thin layer was left. It looked very pitiful. It could be said that the originally strong defense had been cut in half. This meant that the attack that could block a half-step Heavenly Venerable couldn't even be blocked by a level 5 God Lord. This was just suppression in terms of aura. Elder Go Huang was astonished to have such an effect. The other elders and the region Lord Colored Glaze found it strange. Why didn't the defense become stronger but weaker instead? As Tianyan didn't target them, they naturally didn't feel anything different. They all felt that it was strange. Why did Elder Go Huang's defense become weaker? While they were confused, Tianyan has already made his move. There is no amazing speed. There is no amazing explosive power. All of a sudden he rushed in front of Elder Go Huang and directly punched him. Ding! Opponent is at the level of a God Lord. Activate damage amplification of 30 times. Boom! The instantaneous amplification made his fist incomparably sharp. The 30 times damage was stacked and the power was completely unleashed. Pung! When the fist came into contact with the shield, it immediately shattered it. It turned into a bunch of energy light spots and drifted in all directions. It was easily smashed. It was like smashing through a thin shell of water droplets. Then, the domineering fist smashed towards Elder Go Huang. Elder Go Huang subconsciously raised his hand to block. However, Tianyan's fist had already stopped. Elder Go Huang, I wonder if this is enough? Tianyan's fist didn't go down. If it really went down, Elder Go Huang would definitely be seriously injured. They were all on the same side. There was no need to go to such an extent. The fact that he could easily break through the defense proved everything. Elder Go Huang was stunned. There was a look of disappointment in his eyes. I lost. He didn't expect that he would lose so completely. In just one exchange, his overall strength was reduced. He didn't know what happened. It was so easy to break through, and he was completely defeated. He knew that the moment his strength was reduced by more than half, he had already lost. He didn't know what method Tianyan used to do it. However, he knew that if he could do this, he would definitely lose. Lost? Everyone was shocked. They didn't understand what happened. His defense was so strong. How could it be broken so easily? It was like drinking water. He didn't even display an exciting fight, and it was already over. Lioli region master's beautiful eyes flickered. She didn't expect Tianyan to do it so easily. Previously, she guessed that Tianyan would definitely be able to finish him in one move. However, she didn't expect it to be so easy. As expected, after breaking through, his cultivation is so much stronger. How did he do it? Lioli region master wanted to keep Tianyan by her side. After witnessing his strength, how could she bear to let him go? She originally thought that Tianyan would become cannon fodder in the divine domain. Now, it seemed that he wasn't cannon fodder. He was definitely one of the best. Chapter 1331. After Tianyan showed his power, all of them felt very obedient, and there was no longer any dissatisfaction. He's too strong. I have never seen such overbearing power. I don't believe that he has just broken through to Sir God realm. That's right. Just how did he cultivate? How many years has it been since he joined us? He has already broken through to Sir God realm. That speed is too ridiculous. If he really is at Sir God realm, his power is comparable to a half-step Heavenly Venerable. This kind of power, I'm afraid only the top bloodlines and reincarnation can achieve it, right? There were people like Tianyan who could defeat opponents at a higher level than him, but they had to be extremely heaven-defying. The bloodline must be one of the most overbearing ones, and then there was reincarnation. For example, the reincarnation of a Heavenly Venerable. That explained why his cultivation broke through so quickly. But what did Tianyan have? Human bloodline. Just this point alone was enough to sentence him to death. If his bloodline was not good, then his talent was not good. If his talent was not good, then how could he fly? In fact, he had already flown to the sky. Moreover, he was at a heaven-defying level. He had hung Elder Go Huang up and beaten him. If they fought to the death, Elder Go Huang would really die here. You've made another breakthrough in your cultivation base. Looks like if I were to fight you, I'm afraid I'll lose. Glaze Region Lord shook her head. How about this? You can be the Region Lord, and I will be the Deputy Region Lord. No, you can't. The other elders jumped in fright. They hurried over and told Glaze Region Lord not to act rashly. This was a big deal. Undeniably, Yi Tianyan was strong. However, the difference in prestige between them was like heaven and earth. Yi Tianyan jumped too fast, which would easily cause dissatisfaction. It was acceptable to be the Deputy Region Lord, but the real Region Lord was different. The entire Heavenly Spring region was under his control. Cough, cough. Region Lord, this joke is not funny. Yi Tianyan shrugged helplessly, indicating that she should stop joking. I am not joking, Glaze Region Lord said seriously. Region Master Glaze's expression was solemn as she said, "The Divine Realm War is coming soon. If anything happens to me, I hope that you will be the next Region Master." Her expression was extremely serious. It didn't seem like she was joking at all. Once the Battle of God's Domain began, this place might very well be affected. Once she was affected, she would have to fight or she might die. This wasn't a joke. They had to announce this matter in advance, lest they become leaderless in the event of an accident, and no one would be able to control it. Territorial Lord, let's not talk about the future for now, shall we? Even if that's the case, Elder Go Huang can take on the role. Yi Tianyan strongly recommended Elder Go Huang. He really wasn't good at this aspect. For example, he didn't really manage the forces in the three realms. Everything was handed over to Shi Xueyun. He was an absolute hands-off boss. Now, the position of Domain Lord was probably more or less the same. He definitely wouldn't manage anything. I will now appoint you as the next Region Master. There's no need to say anything else. Region Master Glaze waved her hand. She didn't want to continue this topic. Normally, the Region Master could decide on the next Region Master. Unless all the elders strongly opposed it, it might not be approved. The rest of the elders looked helpless, but they didn't say anything. Region Master Glaze had always been cautious. Since she said so, they could only choose to agree. Elder Go Huang shook his head and didn't say anything. He would obey Region Master Glaze's orders. This. Yi Tianyan looked at Region Master Glaze's expression and finally nodded without saying anything. He knew that it was useless to say anything now. Region Master Glaze wouldn't change his mind. Hence, he could only choose to agree. After the appointment was made, the news immediately spread and caused an uproar. A Deputy Region Master suddenly appeared, and he was very famous. He was Yi Tianyan, who shone brilliantly in God Creation Palace. Now, not only had his cultivation increased to Sir God, but he had also become a Deputy Region Master. This shocked them, especially the people in God Creation Palace. They were all shocked by the situation. Their own junior brother had become a Deputy Region Master, just like that. When they met in the future, should they address him as Deputy Region Master or junior brother? It would definitely be the former. Flaming Lotus Lord of Heaven and the rest definitely wouldn't dare to call him junior brother. Soon, the elders went about their own business, leaving Yi Tianyan and Region Master Glaze behind. Sister Glaze, you're putting me in a difficult position. It's hard to convince the masses. Yi Tianyan didn't mind agreeing to it. He just didn't want to convince the masses. Of course I know that. But in times of chaos, the strongest cultivator can truly convince the masses. Moreover, I've seen your ability. You have a strong cohesiveness. In times of crisis, you can definitely lead the masses. Region Master Glaze said seriously. Previously, in 10,000 Gods Pagoda, Yi Tianyan had been helping her. Just this alone made her feel touched. All right, but I don't think that will happen. I won't die, and Sister Glaze won't die either. Yi Tianyan's tone was firm. He definitely wouldn't die, and neither would Region Master Glaze. He had many ways to ensure that Regent Master Glaze wouldn't die. There was no need to worry. It's great to have a younger brother like you. Regent Master Glaze patted his shoulder and smiled. All right, do what you need to do. I just came out of 10,000 Gods Pagoda, so I need to meditate in seclusion. She had gained a lot this time. She might be able to use this opportunity to break through to heavenly venerable rank. Etienne nodded and didn't say anything else. He bid farewell to Regent Master Glaze. After leaving, Etienne came to his own cultivation place. With a shift of his body, he disappeared on the spot. The next moment, he appeared in 10,000 Gods Pagoda. Welcome back, Master, the honored spirit said respectfully. Very good. How far are we from the evil spirits' celestial territory now? Etienne asked. We'll be there in a few more days, the honored spirit said respectfully. A few more days? Etienne looked at the endless void in front of him and sneered. Then let the evil spirits' celestial territory live for a few more days. When the time comes, I'll use 10,000 Gods Pagoda to suppress them ruthlessly and leave none alive. The place where 10,000 Gods Pagoda was headed was not Fanyu, but directly to the evil spirits' celestial territory. This 10,000 Gods Pagoda could fight. If it turned into a giant and stomped down, what would not be trampled into nothingness? It was also a heavenly venerable spiritual treasure, so it had no problem suppressing the evil spirits' celestial territory.